Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting in 2 minutes, so if you can please take your seats. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I think we can get started now. So we're here today in the session Climate Change, the Necessity of Transitioning to a Green Economy. And we have a very distinguished panel of speakers today. First of all, it's my great pleasure to welcome Mr. Ilkom Norkulov. He's the first Deputy Minister of Economic Development and Poverty Reduction. And he's had a very distinguished career in the central bank. He began as the chief economist of the central bank in 2010. Then he went on to head the monetary policy department of the central bank, and then he became the deputy head of the central bank. In 2019, he became the first minister, the first deputy minister of economic development and poverty reduction. Welcome to you, Mr. Norkulov. Next, we have Mrs. Chidem Akin. And Mrs. Chidem Akin is the principal public management economist at the Central and West Asia Department of the Asian Development Bank. She's been responsible for large projects on the ADB and also works on policy advice and capacity building, focusing mainly on public sector management. ADB has a very large portfolio here in Uzbekistan of over $5 billion US dollars, and it's increasingly mainstreaming the green economy aspects into its portfolio. Warm welcome to you, Ms. Chidem Akin. Next, we have Mr. Côme Deschéry. And Mr. Côme Deschéry is from the Agence Française de Développement, AFD. He's a public finance specialist, and he focuses on how to align fiscal policies and public financial systems with long-term environmental objectives. Mr. Deschéry is the task team leader of AFD's Green Economy Public Loan Policy Program in Uzbekistan. Welcome to you, Mr. Deschéry. Then we have Mr. Wei-Jin Liu. Wei-Jin is the Senior Environmental Finance Specialist of the World Bank. He focuses on green growth and environmental funds and the intersection of climate and green policy with public finance management. He was formerly lead of the Long-Term Decarbonization Strategy Global Program and head of the Secretariat of the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, which looks into the role of finance and economic ministries in climate policy. Prior to this, Wei-Jin worked as an energy specialist at the Ministry of Finance in Singapore. Welcome to you, Wei Jin. Next, we have Dr. Aaron Russell, who's the Green Growth Institute's country representative in Uzbekistan. Dr. Russell has over 20 years of experience in natural resource governance and social science. He established the first office here in Tashkent, in Central Asia, in Tashkent, in 2021. And previously he worked in the Myanmar country program. In his current role, he leads the implementation of policy and technical advisory assistance, green investment and mobilization, and capacity development for the NDCs and SDG goals. Dr. Russell holds a PhD from Michigan State University and previously worked in various NGOs. Welcome to you, Dr. Russell. Then we have Mr. Abror Gafurov, who's a hydrologist. He's a leading expert at the German Research Center for Geosciences, and he's working on a project called the Green Central Asia Program, which is financed by the Foreign Ministry of Germany. This program is about how to integrate science into the policy dialogue on climate change adaptation. Welcome to you, Mr. Gafurov. And last but not least, we have Mr. Anvar Nazritinov. He's the principal manager of EBRD here in Uzbekistan, and his work includes engagements with stakeholders in the countries of operations of EBRD in the area of green economy transition and climate action. He works on policy, partnerships, capacity building, and mainstreaming the green agenda, including the NDCs and long-term strategies and sector-specific low-carbon pathways into his programs. Very warm welcome to you, Mr. Nazritinov. So let's get started then with Mr. Narkulov. And I'd like to start by asking you a question on your strategic framework for green growth. And specifically, you're very much a leader in this area and a main advocate in the country on the green growth strategy. And we'd like to hear from you, why should the government and the country move to a green transition? And what are the 3 key policy actions you would like to emphasize?
Thank you, Laura. First of all, I want to thank many of our partners who are here sitting and joining our panel discussion. Before turning to your question, I want to recall, 1 year before we were just in a very beginning, we are still in the beginning stage, but we were in a very, very nascent stage, and green topic was something, from somewhere from the space, and it's very new, and many people wouldn't understand, and we didn't have even a unit at the ministry. Now we have a fully functional department at the ministry, and this green economy talk, I think, brought us more closer. I mean, development partners, government agencies, and here we see many friends from the family of Uzbekistan's partners, in short, say, UNDP, AFD, World Bank, ADB, EBRD, EU delegation, I see here colleagues. So everyone is supporting, and we are moving ahead. Now we can already count some initial results. And the first thing is, when we started to, you reminded about the strategic framework, we started to discuss how we can move on practical ground, on practical implementation. What are the key bottlenecks and problems that we have to solve? That's, in 2019 we had a strategy to move towards the green economy until 2030, but that was a strategic document, what we should do in order to implement. So we came up with the idea of preparing the draft of the strategic framework. Hopefully it is going to be adopted very soon, in the coming weeks, and that's more on implementation side. Before, coming back to this strategic framework, you asked the question why the government has to think about the green. So there are too many reasons. Uzbekistan, among the Central Asian countries, already feeling and facing the problems of the climate change. The first thing that we can see is from the, water is becoming scarce and scarce. So agriculture sector, land degradation, air pollution, etc., etc. So these are the things. Another important thing is that, when the population is growing, economy is growing, when you have a limitation of the fossil fuels, so what you will have to do, you will have to think about efficiently using the energy resource. And in that perspective, Uzbekistan has a great potential using the renewable energy resource. So all of them, fundamental factors to think about the growth. We are saying about the human capital. We have to be frank and say that, without tackling or resolving the problems of the climate change issue, not in the one country level, at least in the regional level, but everyone knows it has to be a global effort. Without resolving the environmental issues, you cannot have a healthy nation. That's also important. So without healthy nation, you cannot build a sustainable developing country, a strong country. You have to have a healthy nation as well. So that's relevant to the human capital as well. Now, growth. For the growth, the first thing everyone is saying in this forum that, we have to reform the energy market, energy price liberalization, etc., etc. Two reasons: because economy is growing, economy needs more energy, economy needs competitiveness, which means that we have to have energy efficiency. Here, our main factor that drives our economic growth is, implementing the green energy technologies. That's the first thing. The second thing is that agriculture sector makes around 25 to 30% of our economy. And water scarcity and land resource, if they are going to be, if you resolve the problem with the green technologies, innovative technologies, the issue of the water use, using the water efficiently and land resource efficiently, that's another resource of supporting the economic growth. And also food security, price stability, and etc., etc. So coming back to energy efficiency, we are growing many constructions, but construction sector is also a chance to implement innovative technologies, in the sense that you can develop new energy efficient construction materials. We already see in many countries, European countries, that how they are using this system efficiently, construction materials, etc., etc. So we are far behind, 5-6 times, less energy. In terms of energy efficiency, and so all of these things are, pushing the government to think about green issues and green transitioning to a green economy. And of course, we can think a lot of other factors here as well. But one important thing is that, it's a useful side of this forum. We had some side events yesterday on ESG as well. I again realized that, as quickly we catch or, get or receive the message and start to get prepared for implementing the green economy approach, the economy will be in a better competitive condition. Why I am saying this? First of all, many countries, especially developed countries, they are already actively discussing, on several things. First of all, look at the European continent, European Union, I want to say. They are actively discussing on CBAM, carbon border adjustment mechanism. So if you want to have an access to this market in the future, secure your place in the market, you have to think from now on. It will require preparation about at least 5 to 10 years. When usually the mistake for the developing countries, they face the problem and they start to think what we have to do. But if you think in advance, you will secure your place. The second, go and speak with investment bankers, who are involved in many project finance. They will ask, is there any reputational risk? Couple of years before, they were not talking about these things. Are they saying, is it, does it have an ESG component? Does it have a green component? So if you want to attract FDI, financial resources, you have to think about it now. In Europe, they are discussing to close the market for cars with internal combustion from 2035. It's an important message to everyone already. So it's many things we have to think. So this is, the factors which are driving the government to think about this on an active way. And what are the key policy directions for us for now? The first thing is that coordination. Green economy is, it's a cross-cutting issue. It's not a responsibility of only one ministry. Green economy is relevant to everyone, almost everyone. And I was hugely impressed. So now Matilda will smile again if I remember my experience a couple of weeks before in France. There we saw a new ministry. The country, with old and rich history, they're also transforming. They're still in the transformation, and they set up a Ministry of Ecology Transition, which brings together the Ministry of Transportation, Ministry of Housing, Ministry of Energy. So now they are looking at these key industries of economy or sectors of the economy through the ecological prism. So, which means that, we have to work together. And this is a huge challenge. And our strategic framework, first of all, addresses this question. So what we are doing is we are setting up a technical secretariat, a special coordination body at the government level, and a technical secretariat which will be supported by UNDP and other development partners. And they will be mainly working on the coordination of the agency activities. The second is that practical issue is what will be the financing and incentive mechanisms. We already see in example of many countries, and again, I have to, I will tell what I see. I was also impressed with the experience of ADEME. It's a French agency on, ecological transition. They use, instead of, inspection mechanisms, they use incentive and stimulation mechanisms. And they are all very successful in 3 key layers: corporate, territory, and households. So we have to, develop this kind of mechanisms. And already we reflect in this document is that many, if you are going to invest or implement a kind of a financial or investment project, at least 10% has to be, like a ESG component, at least. So, we also envisaged some I mean, the investment has to go to that purpose. We also envisage to set up some fund that will be used also for stimulating and increasing the scope of green economy implementation. The third thing I think is important is that to stimulate to set up a platform and mechanism for carbon trading, because areas, local governments, companies, actually they have to start to realize the cost, at least in monetary value, they are bearing, being either environmentally friendly or, non-friendly. These are the three, I think, key things. Of course, for that, as a regulatory body, we are going to implement MRV system. It's a monitoring, reporting, and verification system, where we will be, setting up a kind of institutional base for, regulating, monitoring, and, asking everyone to report about their responsibilities and commitments, and also verifying, their reports. So this will be the, I think, a key things that we push at the beginning when we adopt the strategic framework. Thank you.
Well, this is a very enlightened vision of the green transition. And of course, one of the key instruments that you mentioned in order to achieve this transition is actually the carbon price. And that can be either a carbon tax or a cap and trade system, like an emissions trading system, as you mentioned. And as maybe our audience has been following as well in the press, but the carbon border adjustment mechanism of the EU will be imposed at the border. So goods coming from outside the EU, if they don't have a regime, a carbon tax somehow included as part of the production process of the good, then they will get taxed at the border. And so this is indeed, as you pointed out, a very important thing to think about for the future and to prepare for already, because that will be coming on board soon. And of course, if countries do have carbon as part of their policy regime, carbon pricing, then they can actually avoid this tax at the border. So maybe I'd like to turn to you now, Mr. Nazritinov from EBRD. And really, I'd like to ask you about how the country might be impacted by the European CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. What are the interventions with the greatest potential for emissions abatement in terms of the costs, co-benefits, and feasibility to implement, including the political economy considerations in this country? And what should the role of the carbon price be in the whole green transition in Uzbekistan?
Thank you. Well, carbon markets today are playing significantly fundamental role in driving the green transitions. Carbon pricing enables countries to tap into, very cost-effective capital allocation. So it drives systemic change, and it generates additional revenue streams above and beyond the limited public funding. And then it allows the countries and the companies to achieve their climate targets more flexibly. So if you look at the global picture, today about 23% of the global emissions are covered either through emission trading system or carbon tax. And with the emergence of the CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, such systems are gaining a global reach. And over 5,000 companies worldwide have set net zero targets. And this is what's driving the increase in the voluntary carbon markets. And in 2021, the value of the market was around $2 billion. So Uzbekistan is committed to implementing transparently and effectively the Paris Agreement conditions, and therefore it set a very ambitious goal. And to achieve this goal, it will need to mobilize international partners and international resources. So talking about CBAM, we look at the short-term, medium-term, and long-term effect, as it was already mentioned. By 2023, CBAM will look at the very energy-intensive sectors like power sector, cement, steel, chemicals, and fertilizers. And it comes to Uzbekistan, we're going to be affected by 2023 already by chemicals and the fertilizers, because we are producing polymers, and they are going to export markets, and we are producing ammonia, which is one of the main fertilizers that we are producing and exporting, including to the EU countries. Although the volume is not that significant yet, so impact in the short term is not going to be significant, but we have to look at the long term, and the long term products reach will be much bigger, and we will have the impact, and including the carbon intensity of the grid factor, of the electricity grid factor, will be taken into account in the long term. So we have to think about it already now, how we're going to cope with that. So in terms of the carbon pricing instruments, we looked at what instruments could be effectively deployed in Uzbekistan, and what are the abatement options, and what are their greenhouse gas reduction potential in Uzbekistan. And we did this using the MAC analysis, the marginal abatement cost curves. And this tool is a very effective tool to inform policy on designing and implementing the carbon pricing instruments. And we looked at the power sector, power generation and supply. We look at the heat supply. We look at the buildings, industry, agriculture, and transport. And what we found out is that by 2030, 67 million tons of CO2 equivalent can be abated by deploying in these sectors green technologies. And the largest potential comes from the power sector, and the technologies like combined cycle gas turbine and renewable energy technologies are the best technologies that would provide a significant greenhouse gas reduction. The second potential is coming from the demand side. The demand side is the energy market, the buildings, commercial, residential, public buildings, and the measures like energy efficiency and renewable energy installations in the buildings is driving that potential. And the third area is the fugitive methane emission reduction in the upstream and downstream oil and gas sector. What's interesting is that out of the 67 million tons, 41 million tons can be abated at a negative cost. What does it mean? It means that the incremental capital cost of these technologies can be offset by savings in energy costs. And these technologies could be in energy efficient industry, heat supply, energy efficiency heat supply, again, as I mentioned, renewable energy in buildings, and fugitive emissions reduction. So because they are already economically attractive technologies, implementing them will not require any subsidies or preferential tariffs or carbon price mechanisms. Does not require carbon price instruments. Why are these measures are not implemented still? Well, because there are other barriers, and these are information gaps, knowledge gaps, technological lock-ins, very recently built thermal power plants, for example, uncertain regulations, or sometimes market failures. So it requires a lot of awareness raising and targeted regulations to address these issues. So in the long, short, and medium term, carbon market development is very important. So what we need to start with is we need to set up monitoring, reporting, and verification system in place. It's a fundamental element for introducing this market both domestically and tapping into international carbon markets. In the medium term, we found out that the best model would be to deploy carbon tax, and that would bring the technologies that are more expensive and that are, require more support, and carbon tax would help to establish those. But very important to keep in mind that if you're setting up a carbon tax, we need to set up a very effective revenue recycling scheme so that the vulnerable sectors are not going to be adversely affected. In the long term, we could look at the transiting from carbon tax into emission trading system, depending on the situation in the market at that time. So these are the key areas that we found out, and we could both work together in this area. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that, Mr. Nazritinov. And I think you've touched upon a really important point that your MAC curves have sort of pinpointed, which is the importance of the energy sector. And you mentioned, you know, the energy efficiency and renewable energy interventions. And I think, you know, we should turn to that now, because that seems to be, you know, the main area where Uzbekistan can focus on to really achieve a big bang for its buck. So I would like to turn to Kom Deshiri from AFD. And Kom, the first deputy minister also mentioned, you know, how energy inefficient is Uzbekistan. In fact, it's one of the most energy inefficient countries in the world. And the economics for investing in energy efficiency still remain weak, also in part because of the high fossil fuel subsidies. So how can it build the business case for investing in energy efficiency?
Well, I think this is really the heart of the question, right? Transitioning to a green economy is not something you can spend your way through. It's not a spending agenda. It's an enabling agenda, where you have to try to empower and make it worth their while for businesses and firms to shift the way they consume and invest. So perhaps going back to what Anvar was saying about marginal abatement cost curve, MAC curves. Sounds complex, but it's actually very simple. It's just a way of assessing different options for investment and consumption, assessing how much each of them can contribute to reducing greenhouse gas emission, and determining which one of them pay for themselves, and which one of them have an extra cost attached to it, what we call a green premium, or greenium if you want. And I think looking at MAC curves for Uzbekistan really tells an interesting story. It can help you think through what kind of policies do you need to put in place to enable different type of investment. So if you start at the very left side of the curve with all the investments which are cost effective, you have investments which are impactful and cost effective and already happened. For instance, combined cycle gas turbines, already happening in Uzbekistan, doesn't really need an extra push. But you also have cost effective investment in energy efficiency, for instance, in the construction sector, around solar water heaters, around replacing classic lighting with LED lights, and that do not happen because it's small investment. It's a series of very small decisions spread across hundreds or thousands of private and public projects. So here the question is not so much an economic question than an information question. And perhaps one of the roles of the state here is to reestablish perfect information by regulating, for instance, the fact that when constructing new buildings or when renting an apartment, you should disclose its level of energy efficiency. This is what we do, for instance, in the EU, and it creates an incentive for consumers to think about what they buy or rent or construct, and therefore become more active in the decision and more smart with the way they spend their money. But then if we move to the right side of the curve, all these different investment opportunities who could reduce greenhouse gas emission, but which come with an extra cost. That becomes the hard things, the difficult things to do. How can you help firms and households to do this investment by bringing down the cost to zero, or at least below zero, so that it becomes worth the while? Well, I think here you have different ways of doing it. First of all, probably for Uzbekistan, would be looking at fossil fuel subsidies. Fossil fuel subsidies in Uzbekistan have decreased sharply in recent years. Estimated by the International Energy Agency highlight that it probably went from something like 30% of the GDP in 2010 to around 10% in 2017 and probably around below 5% nowadays. But it's still very difficult to really understand the size and magnitude of subsidies because there are so many different channels. You have the budget, you have credit lines to SOEs, you have tax cuts and tax expenditures. So what, for instance, the ministry is about to do in the context of the green economy strategic framework is to launch an inventory process of fossil fuel subsidies to understand where they are and how they're affected. And I'm very happy to say that AFD and OECD have teamed up to support that exercise, and we hope to be able to share this analytics very soon to inform the way fossil fuel subsidy could be gradually brought down so that the truth of price of energy is reestablished and therefore provide a stronger price incentive for this type of investment. What you could also do is look at tax measures. So one of the most very effective way, because it requires very little in terms of administration cost, is to look at, for instance, VAT cuts on construction work which employs high energy efficiency techniques. Or you could have, as we do in France, cuts to the personal income tax for households who, over the last year, spent some money in raising energy efficiency in their house. And last, what you could do is also look very selectively at smart subsidies. And I really emphasize the word smart here because it's not subsidies about input, it's subsidies about specific projects. And it requires bringing expertise so that specific energy efficiency experts can look at the project on industrial process, on construction techniques, with the project owner, generally a firm, and try to understand what it would cost to bring the price of the project in line with a business as usual opportunity. And then that gives you the exact size of the subsidy you should put on the table, not less, not more, to make it happen. And that's how we become energy efficient. So these are some of like broad first-level ideas that we are trying to work with as part of the green economy strategic framework to make what works for the planet also work for your wallet.
Well, that's great. You really covered the ground with the taxes, subsidies, and also the fossil fuel subsidy reform that needs to happen. Now, of course, Uzbekistan also has a lot of potential on the hydropower. So I'd like to turn to Abror, to you. And could you please tell us a bit more about the potential in Uzbekistan for further exploiting hydropower generation as a contribution to renewable energy and reducing greenhouse gas emissions?
Thank you very much, Laura, for this question. Yes, hydropower energy as a clean energy can significantly reduce the greenhouse gas emissions in Uzbekistan. And in Uzbekistan, main greenhouse gas emissions are coming from energy sector, which is about 70% or even more. And there is a big potential to build small hydropower plants in the territory of Uzbekistan to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. As an example, when we use renewable energy such as hydropower generation, we can reduce up to 90% of carbon dioxide introduction into atmosphere compared to, for example, coal. This is a big number and should be considered in moving towards green energy or green economy in Uzbekistan. The eastern and southern parts of Uzbekistan are covered by mountain areas, and in these areas there is a big potential to build small hydropower plants and increase the share of hydropower energy, clean energy, low carbon energy. Uzbekistan does not have that large area covered by mountains compared to Tajikistan or Kyrgyzstan neighboring countries. There they have about 90% or even more covered by mountains and have higher potential of energy production. But I also see here a chance for cooperation between neighboring countries in producing hydropower energy, but also water resources management there has already been taken some actions in this regard. For example, in the valley of Zerafshan River, not far from Samarkand city actually, where two countries are planning to build hydropower plant or series of hydropower plants to generate clean energy, renewable energy. And yeah, this is a good way because rivers have a transboundary character. They don't stop at national border. And I see here also a chance for cooperation between countries in reducing greenhouse gas emissions introduced into atmosphere, which is important when we are talking about moving to a green economy in the development pathway of Uzbekistan. Thank you.
Well, that's certainly something to explore. Let's stay with you now, but let's move to another sector. Let's talk about agriculture. We heard from the first Deputy Minister that agriculture still makes up an important part of the economy. I think you said 25 to 30%. And of course here the issue of water efficiency, the use of the efficient use of water for agriculture and irrigation is an issue in Uzbekistan. And so I'd like to ask you, based on the research that you've been conducting, what are the socio-economic implications of water scarcity in Uzbekistan? And what can Uzbekistan do in practice to save water?
Well, yeah, climate change is having negative impacts on the formation of water resources in the entire Central Asian region. And agriculture is an important sector in Uzbekistan. About 25% of GDP share is coming from agricultural sector. And agriculture also provides about 30% of employment places for the society in Uzbekistan. So these numbers are already big numbers that show the importance of considering climate change impact on water resources and water scarcity. We already had a water RLC problem, which is a man-made problem, but now we have a bigger problem, which is climate change, which has a bigger nature and is of a global concern. And this will have an impact to water availability in the region because water resources are formed from glacier melting and snow melting in the mountains of Pamir and Tian Shan. And in the last 40, 50 years, about 30% of them has melted out. So this is a kind of long-term water storage that is being lost, unfortunately. And this will have an implication, especially in summer months, to agricultural sector, where the demand is very high for water resources for irrigation purposes. Agricultural production is not possible without irrigation in Uzbekistan. And if, for example, this trend is going to continue, melting glaciers, melting snow in the mountains, and if it continues in this way, we can have a situation in 30 years that at the farmer level, agricultural production is not attractive anymore because of water scarcity. So, and this is a low income share of the population in the country. So this is of a significant socio-economic impact in the country. With regard to your question concerning what can Uzbekistan do in saving water resources, I would say the implementation of water-saving technologies such as drip irrigation. Uzbekistan is already doing a good job in this regard, but still this should continue because in the future, especially in summer months, we will not have that amount of water that we have currently. And if we continue to use water as we use today with furrow irrigation, which is very inefficient, we may come across to problems of water limitation, water scarcity in the future. And here, I would like to say a final word, namely combination of green energy or clean energy and drip irrigation. In order to implement drip irrigation, we also need energy to create a pressure for drip lines. And this energy can come from renewable energy sources such as solar energy. This is kind of an off-grid approach and can be implemented in remote areas as well. So implementation of drip irrigation combined maybe with renewable energy such as solar energy can lead in the future in Uzbekistan to move towards a better world when we expect less water resources due to climate change. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Abror. And I'm glad that you came up with this very nice example of the solar-powered off-grid drip irrigation, because this brings me to Aaron Russell. And Aaron, GGGI has done a lot of work on the climate-smart agriculture. And we've heard already this example of a sort of an integrated approach coming from Abror. And what can you tell us about some concrete examples of how the integrated food, water, energy nexus and the climate health growth nexus approaches can lead to win-win solutions? And what are some of the conclusions from your assessment?
Thank you very much. And I would like to compliment the organizers for having this event, this panel in an economic growth forum. It's really important, and to see the large turnout in an early morning session highlights the importance that investors and the government have for a genuine green transition as part of the economic growth platform. I will provide a brief illustration, a very tangible one, based on a project that GGGI is implementing in Pakistan near the RLC. It's a $5.9 million project funded by the Korean government. And I think it's going to be very specific, and then I'll draw back into some of the comments that have been made. It is the vulnerability of smallholder farmers, not talking about the few large-scale farmers that exist there, but the vast majority of farming stakeholders operate at quite a small level. And their vulnerability has multiple dimensions. First and foremost is water access, in terms of an absolute availability as well as water quality. And that is compounded in particular in the western part of the country with soil salinization, both due to inefficient water usage, which draws up salt from below the ground, as well as deposition of salty dust on the surface, and therefore it really reduces agricultural productivity. However, from our research, we find very little interest by farmers, very little confidence by farmers in investing in drip irrigation. Or in willingness to plant tree windbreaks that might reduce the amount of dust that lands on their farms, or investments in greenhouses. And indeed, that skepticism exists not only among the farmers, but among the banks and many supporting stakeholders that would otherwise enable these kinds of investments to take place. But it's not just a lack of awareness and technology. It reflects a larger structural dynamic that most of these farmers, they sell their produce at the local market with little or no value addition at all, and generally sold at a time when prices are highest. So therefore, they have very little incentive or awareness of what they could have as a return on their investment. Finally, they have very little access or make very little use of existing forms of credit or any technical advisory support to increase their productivity. So therefore, it is very clear that the solutions are not simple. There's not one policy that can fix that. There's not one specific intervention that can fix that, but there are already many underway that are being used. But when we think about the solutions, I would like to draw on the comments by the head of the presidential administration, Mr. Sherzod Azadov, at the outset of this event that I think are very prescient. We are not facing one crisis. We are facing multiple crises that we will have to live with for the medium and long term, and we'll have to manage. So the solutions cannot simply be what can we do for the farmer, in this example, right now. It's not a technical solution. It requires a change of mindsets in many ways. We have the climate crisis. It is a real crisis, and I think coming up to the COP27, it's an opportunity for governments to take a stronger stand on that. But we also have a recent report in The Lancet, one of the foremost eminent journals in medical science, highlighting the growing health crisis, both due to COVID and other diseases, but also due to climate, heat. Our colleagues highlighted the expanding period of summer heat that is having high health impacts, as well as air pollution from dust and the like. And then there's the economic recession that is impacting the economy in some good ways. Actually, for Uzbekistan, is benefiting in some ways in Central Asia, but also export markets, in this case, for example, for fruits, are severely suppressed. So the solutions need to be integrated, they cannot be piecemeal, and they need to plan for the long term. The government is already undertaking has designed many interventions under the Green Transition Plan, as well as under the RLC Multi-Partner Trust Fund, and these can help to solve some of the technical needs in the immediate term. But in the longer term, there are some solutions that the government can take that reiterate some of the comments made by my colleagues. Further reform, simplification, and access to the banking system to increase access to credit and improve and addressing the regulation of land ownership so that farmers will invest in their land. There are market and non-market means for carbon emissions mitigation that the government could invest in to a further degree, as well as my colleagues mentioned, water use pricing or crop substitution to reduce the absolute amount of water used for certain uses so that the vast majority of smallholder farmers who can have greater access to crops. I'll mention very recently there was the National Statistics Commission. It provided an assessment of the salaries, the average salaries in different sectors. It is notable that health and education were the two lowest salaries, average salaries in the economy. And for a long-term change, for a long-term investment, I think this is quite critical. We need to invest we need to educate the children, we need to educate the workforce that is trying to adopt new practices, but that also requires an investment in the people that provide that education. And then there's the sources of financing. There are many additional sources of financing. Climate finance, as we mentioned, there are thematic bonds like green bonds, carbon trading, as we discussed. One of the key mechanisms for promoting that kind of financing is by giving greater confidence to the investors that it is a government priority, and there's no equivalent tool to that as the NDC, so the nationally determined contribution, as the government considers in the next year what might the government want to increase in terms of its commitments, so that investors and international organizations see that it is a government priority for the long term. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Aaron. And I think we're coming now to a key thing which many of our audience may be most interested in, which is the investments and the financing. And I'd like to turn to Kom. Kom, we need green financing and investments. What are the concrete actions needed throughout the planning, preparation, and implementation stages of a public infrastructure investment in order to ensure that it is green?
Well, I think it starts obviously by asking yourself the right question when designing your program or designing your investment. And asking yourself the right question on how does that particular type of investment is going to impact my emissions or my energy consumption, my water consumption, or how is climate change, for rising temperature, extreme weather event, is potentially going to damage my construction, requires specific analytics. You do not think about green investment the same way you would do about normal investment. So you need very early on, when you design your investment program, your strategies, to have a broad review of what are my costs and benefit of doing things differently. And there are many different tools to do that. When thinking through investment programs, for instance, you could do what is called a strategic environmental assessment, which is a way of looking at all the different costs and benefits of your considered policy and suggesting different options of doing it while assessing the cost. If you do it as the size of a project, you could do a carbon footprint assessment, which essentially tells you how much GHG emission are going to come out of your project, both when it's being built and when it's going to be operated, and then provide all you with options to do things differently with the associated cost. So that during appraisal of the project informs the design of your investment and helps you think about it in an economically smart way, a bit like what we do with the Mac curves. And then when you get to budgeting for the state, it becomes important to disclose the environmental impact of the investment you make. And to do that, there is a new tool which is called green budgeting, which is being deployed in an increasingly great number of countries, through which the state screen its expenditures, but also its tax measures, and rate them or grade them against their impact on climate change adaptation, water consumption, so as to track the level of alignment of its investment with its long-term goals. And in the end, this is what you need. You need to have something which bridges the vision in the strategy with the resource allocation done every year, what you actually spend. Does it tell a story? And does it tell the same story as the one you're telling in your strategy? I'm very happy that in Uzbekistan, the Ministry of Finance is currently working with support of AFD and UNDP on designing a methodology for green budgeting, and we'll start piloting it in 2023. And then, what do you do once you have budgeted, once you want to start implementing things? And think here that there's a great role to be played by procurement. Procurement is fundamentally the tool which links the public sector to the private sector. It's a way through which the state procures services, its goods, and also create a demand on the local market for certain type of goods. So it has two roles to play in the green transition. First, by using specific criteria, technical specification in your tenders and your contracts, you can give an added bonus to all the suppliers who actually supply sustainable goods or highly efficient type of works and constructions. Therefore, incentivizing them to think about how they produce, what they produce, and what they sell to the state. But you can also use it strategically, in the sense that if you want to really invest in one specific area of your economy and really develop it, for instance, you want to green the construction industry in Uzbekistan, things like great potential here to create local jobs, local construction materials. This is good for both job economy and the green economy. Well, mainstreaming sustainable procurement criteria on all the construction tenders of the state will create and kickstart a local demand for this type of services, therefore helping the industry to restructure and provide the initial incentive for things to change.
Well, that's really a great and very practical tools, I think, to really green the public investments. Now, let me turn to Chidem. And Chidem, of course, there's also the whole angle of the private sector financing and the trade angle. And so I'd like to ask you, how can Uzbekistan attract green international finance and foreign trade?
Thank you very much, Laura. I've been benefiting a lot from the colleagues' inputs, and I want to stress 2 points that's been mentioned already, but I think quite important to finance green development going forward. First of all, before tapping into international finance, we have to also look for resources within the country. And in that sense, domestic resource mobilization is, I think, very important. And our colleagues have mentioned about these putting price on environmental externalities through carbon taxes, carbon pricing. These are, I think, very important sources of raising funds for green development. And if I can quote a recent IMF World Bank study, it is estimated that carbon pricing can raise up to 5% of GDP tax revenues that can be catalyzed or used for financing green development. So I think we shouldn't just look at international resources, but look from within. And another dimension of this is also, stimulating behavioral change through creating right incentives. And here, I think subsidy mechanisms can play a very important role, like fossil subsidies, changing regulations so that future investment businesses comply with certain green standards. And these behavioral changes will also, I think, supplement all the domestic resources that can be raised in the economy. And in addition to that, I want to second the points raised by Com in terms of reprioritizing state resources, and especially in Uzbekistan, green budgeting can be a very important tool so that available public resources can be channelized effectively into strategic green areas. And in addition to that, climate-sensitive procurement, climate risk assessment of investments, and strategically planning those state resources for right goals can also raise resources or can channel resources in the right direction. And in that sense, I think SOEs have a very important role to play here because they are very significant in Uzbekistan's economy, especially from a job creation perspective, investment perspective. SOEs are quite dominant. And here, if we can gradually maybe reduce fossil fuel-oriented subsidies to SOEs, that could also release resources for funding green investment going forward, and making sure SOE investments are also ESG compliant would also channel domestic resources properly to green investments. Now, looking at other financing mechanisms, I think this is already in the strategic plan of the government, creating an Uzbekistan Green Fund could be one venue, and that's an important sovereign wealth fund mechanism that could be used to channel public loans, grants, guarantees for green investments. And I think international financial institutions can invest in such a mechanisms to finance green developments. I mean, ADB, I think, would be able to contribute to capitalize such green fund. And I think this has been used in other countries for green development. So Uzbekistan Green Fund is, I think, a very good initiative that's worth supporting. So coming to catalyzing international green finance, I think green bonds have a very big potential in Uzbekistan. I mean, it's estimated that roughly about $5.5 billion annual investment is needed in Uzbekistan for transitioning to green economy. And green financing, green bonds are becoming a globally recognized mechanism. Since 2007, roughly about over $500 billion of green bonds have been issued globally by governments, private institutions, multilateral institutions, and typically sovereign wealth fund, institutional investors, MDBs, commercial banks can be interested in investing in green bonds, especially if they have a specific mandate to support sustainable investments. And it's also commendable to note that Uzbekistan last year in August issued the first sovereign SDG bond, over $800 billion. And I think it's a good step in the right direction to access these markets. But still, I would say that green bonds are not necessarily in the right place in the country, and they have a huge potential. So I think not only government, but also private commercial banks can also tap into green bond issuance. And for that, a couple of bottlenecks need to be addressed in Uzbekistan. For instance, still the regulatory framework on green finance instruments are inadequate. They're at very nascent stages. So perhaps central bank can develop that regulatory mechanism, and also incentives can be provided for commercial banks to issue such bonds. Secondly, there is still limited identified green investments in the country. I mean, that taxonomy has to be properly developed because there are certain standards for investments that qualify as green investments, and that has to be properly identified. And also, as I said, insufficient involvement of financial institutions and other investors, so some way of incentivizing them need to be created. I think international financial organizations, again, can play an important role, a catalytic role in Uzbekistan. For example, ADB globally has done about $7.6 billion of global bond issuance in the green bond market across Asia. And it's been also financing actively these green investments through green bonds in several countries, Philippines, Georgia. Those are some notable examples. And I think international financial organizations like ADB can be very instrumental, and we can also provide technical assistance to development, to critical ministries to develop the capacity, especially to assess projects according to green standards, to develop mechanisms to track them, certify them, and monitor them. So this can be a very important collaborative effort going forward. Thank you.
Well, that's excellent. So there's really a lot of great potential for much more green financing. And of course, this is the right crowd to be discussing this. I'd like to, we're coming to the last topic, which is the role of the public and the private sector in moving to the green economy. And one important thing that we haven't discussed yet is the institutional framework. And of course, we've heard about this, the strategic framework and and how is that going to be implemented, like in terms of the institutional framework, is an important topic. So I'd like to bring in Wei-Jin, because I know that you've done an institutional assessment on climate change. And so would like to hear from you, what are those key findings that you had from that assessment, and how can that be translated into the green transition agenda?
Thank you for the question, Laura. And first off, my congratulations to the organizers for putting together this wonderful event and for inviting us to speak. On the part of the World Bank, you can count on our ongoing support in your greening of the economy. The question about the climate change institutional assessment, it is one of our newer assessment frameworks. As you know, some of the standard diagnostics that the bank conducts, centers around the expenditure framework. There's a new one called the Country Climate Development Report that looks at the interaction of development policy with climate policy. The CCIA, we call the Climate Change Institutional Assessment, is a framework that we've applied really starting just this year. We've done it in about a dozen countries now in this region. Uzbekistan is just the second one. We've done a CCIA for Turkey. What does this involve? When we talk about the institutional foundation, it's not so much government ministries or agencies per se, but more how they work together, how they coordinate and work together, and what guidance are given and the clarities of their mandate, for instance. So more the connective tissue between institutions, put it that way. So we've spent several months on this work through the Ministry of Economic Development and Poverty Reduction, but have spoken to over 20 different state ministries and agencies. We are finalizing the report, and we are about to convey it to the government for comment. So I won't speak too much about it, but I will say that, frankly, in the last 5 years, really, Uzbekistan has invested a lot in strengthening its institutional foundation, so the results coming are very good. For instance, typically in an assessment like this, we look at 5, what we call pillars: organization, planning, finance, the relationship between the central level and the subnational governments and SOEs, and accountability. So just touching on the first few organizational pillars, in terms of the flow from vision to strategy to planning, this overall regulatory framework, and I stress the framework, then regulations, this framework is fairly strong. Just take the green agenda, for instance. You started with a resolution towards a green economy that was followed by a strategy. And then you now have a green growth strategic framework, which is getting very close to the planning. So this overall approach gives the overall regulatory framework a lot of coherence. I should say that when we apply a CCIA, depending on the country, we could also include the more general green aspects into our assessment, depending on how advanced it is. And here in Uzbekistan, we did find that it was possible to extend it to include the green areas. I mentioned that because when you look at climate change, you are currently in the process of finalizing the draft of your climate change strategy. So that's certainly a good step. But in your green agenda, you're a little bit more advanced. You've moved nearly to the stage of planning to the sectors. But at the same time, on the climate change side, you've already got some experience on the NDCs, which almost puts you in a position of having to already link strategy to a medium-term plan. So you've got a little bit of things progressing at different stages, and I think some of the results coming from the green side can really inform what you do on the climate side. For instance, we feel that the structure of the Green Growth Strategic Framework, where you've got a coordinating mechanism that is really an interagency council, is very useful for climate change. And you should think about that. What other countries have done is to clarify the mandates, responsibilities for each institution through a climate change law. Now, if you're able to adapt the Green Growth Strategic Framework concept to cover climate change as well, the law could be much simpler when you do get down to it, because you would have created a functioning institutional setup. I won't go too deeply in the other pillars, but just to mention one aspect, it's one thing to have an overarching blueprint for how institutions should coordinate with each other, but within each ministry or agencies, there needs to be the ability to conduct this coordination. So, as you probably know very well, the area of green growth and climate change is one of those policy areas that needs to be data-driven and scientific evidence-driven. So it's probably an area where the government needs to invest a little bit in technical and human capacity. We're not saying that every ministry needs to have a full-fledged climate department, but certainly one or two persons who know the subject well enough so that the coordination between ministries will be strong. So this might imply a little bit of a preparation for that by introducing green and climate change into the curriculum of tertiary institutions or vocational institutes to try and prepare a pipeline of human capital that feeds into this. So that's one aspect. The other aspect, I would say, has to do with data. We've heard about the value of having an MRV system if you're thinking of preparing to deal with border pricing through setting up an ETS. So this is quite key, because from the policy making perspective, you also need good hard data, not just data about emissions, but the kinds of policies and regulations in place for each sector, how well they've been doing. So there is an exercise of collecting both scientific as well as policy information together in one single platform in order to inform the formulation of policy, but more importantly, the review and calibration of policy. Right now in the climate change area, you've got a few entities that are really collecting a lot of the key information, such as, hydrometeorological information from Uzhydromet. You've got the Ministry of Agriculture and Water Resources on the resource question, as well as the strong involvement of the State Committee of Environmental Protection probably on the MRV side for GHG. What would be useful to complement human capacity would be a common data or information platform where some of the key ministries would be able to access this data. So therefore, we're thinking about institutions working together better, more beyond just what the legislation says your mandate is. There's also where the data platforms and the sharing of information facilitates that coordination. So not to go too much into the actual report, which we have to officially convey to the government very soon, but these are some of the things that, at least for me, points to very good progress made, including on public finance. I mean, we are running out of time, but I'll just say very quickly that you've already identified green fiscal policies. We did say that it will be useful to start thinking about a system that tracks expenditures from the appropriation to the budget execution and even in spending. And I'm very glad to hear that there's already movement towards starting a budget tagging system under the AFD and UNDP, so it's excellent. That just goes to the point that government has done a lot. It's on a very good footing. There are a couple of things that they could do if they wish to push much further, but the foundation is really there. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Wei Jin, and of course that's a great endorsement to the government, and I think we've really heard, I think, very optimistic path that you're on to achieve your green transition, First Deputy Minister. So I'd like to pass the floor to you at the end of this session to reflect on what you've heard in today's session and to pinpoint what you think should be the key actions moving forward, both from the public sector and also from the private sector, to realize your green vision.
Thank you, Laura, and thank you to all panelists. Very useful and valuable views and opinions. Of course, they will be, taken into account and reflect in our further work and discussion. But, listening to colleagues again, I am becoming more assured that there is a natural driving force inside that we are going in the right direction. Again, Uzbekistan, is a net importer of oil and natural gas. Okay, so we are not saying something for the sake of saying, but economy is becoming less and less dependent on fossil fuels. So that's natural, and we have to go in this way. But important thing is, I think, is missing is communication. So abroad is rising. Important issue is that in about 30 years' time, we will have a huge problem with the water scarcity. Yes, land is productive, it's good, but the value of the land is dependent if the water is accessible to the area here. We have a good arable lands, but if there is no water, the value of the land doesn't cost anything. So, but we have to start from now on. The role of the communication together with the research, we have to stress on as well. It's important to deliver the message to greater public, to business, to government agency level, that we have to start from now on. It is it works in a both way. It's not everyone is saying yes. What we will leave, what sort of the condition we will leave to our future generation. This is very important, but it's also a huge opportunity for business if they grasp the the messages and the opportunities in a very early stage. So if you get prepared, if you see the problem and the risks in early stages and get prepared, you will have you will be in a winning condition in the future. Enabling environment. We have already listening to colleagues. I can say that yes, we are moving in the right direction. We have a good opportunities to put in place several mechanisms and instruments in order to support or create an enabling environment towards the movement of movement to the more green environment. And on the practical ground, just to avoid from general words, everyone could ask, okay, what can be the priority or first things or low-hanging fruits we can start. First of all, we already have started to privatize SOEs, big SOEs. Today, if you compare with last year, 3 big companies, they already report their SOE, ESG reports, so they are getting ratings. 3 of the reports are on the way to come, and they will be published. Altogether, 10 SOEs are working. One opportunity for for banking system, and I think banking system has to be more proactive as well. We already see, some small loans are being signed, for example, by EBRD to IQTISODY bank on green financing. Huge opportunity there. So, which means that They also, have a chance to borrow the money from externally in a good condition, but also, continue financing in the domestic market in order to, support the green projects. It's a huge opportunity, and there is a good chance for that. On the energy sector, everyone is saying water and sanitation. So, of course, energy and water will be more dependent on our tariff policy as well. If the tariffs are coming closer to the market level, it will go in a very natural way, very, very natural way. So let's say that the petrol and compare in Uzbekistan petrol and gas, the cars using. And many people in the region, they prefer the gas because it's cheaper. Petrol is already the market price. So, when the electricity is, you are avoiding the subsidy, an efficient subsidy from the electricity or water. First of all, it will bring to use them efficiently. The second, efficient technologies will be on place, and we can resolve the many problems with the water scarcity from this angle as well. We are not in a country which doesn't have a river or drinking water. We have a drinking water. We have yes, it's becoming less and less, but the issue is how to use them in an efficient way. And huge potential there as well. Low-hanging fruits. Construction sector, very good opportunity. A simple step ahead, you can see the result. But here again, we have to have some market price for energy, water, etc. The next bottleneck for Uzbekistan's development is connectivity, namely is transport, and we were discussing about the digitalization yesterday as well. And talking about the transport sector, many people they could feel the issue of the importance of getting more and more fast railways, railway trains, more flights, more better automobile roads, etc. But the railway system is a green. A railway is a greening project. So if you have a good fast railway system, so it will give an opportunity to go away from automobiles, for example. More, or let's say that it will bring the increasing demand down for flights as well. But so railway construction can be also a good opportunity for our partners, whether it will be a government or at the beginning of PPP project, but we have to discuss it. I think this can be also a good opportunity. So these are the key priority areas with which we can start, but very important thing is the transformation of the mindset. It was partially touched upon as well, and my own experience is showing that if we are going to accelerate the process of this transformation, we have to bring into the urban planning or city planning process one key component. So far, we started to talk about master planning. It's also something new. In an old period, we were talking about the general plan. It's a Soviet style, ignoring the possible ways of development of the area. Master plan is something flexible. Okay, we are saying about it, but two key components were there. It's a social development and economic development. Let's say infrastructure as well, but not environmental sustainability. So that has to be, in a strong way, has to be, integrated to this small area development planning. And I think it will be also approached from the practical ground, because we already have a good communication, discussions with our partners, technical support, which will be a kind of a feasibility studies, analysis, increasing the capacity of the local governments, which will allow to attract the foreign financing, good companies to work on area development planning as well. Here, master planning is something you know, that it's not the government will be involved, but it will be local people and local entrepreneurs. It's also, you know, will be very, you know, a good way of, you know, distributing this or, you know, communicating the importance of this green agenda, environmental agenda, you know, in the local level as well. Thank you.
Well, I think that's really great, and so you've really set out some of the key priorities for the country. We've come to the end of the time. I know we started a bit late, so we were slightly flexible, but maybe if I could just ask the floor whether you'd like to ask. We'll take 2 questions. Lady here in front in blue and the gentleman at the back there. And then we'll conclude the panel with that. So thank you very much for indulging in the timelessness. Is there a microphone to bring to the lady in blue? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So the lady is blue. My name is Iveta Zenina, and I work as a natural resources officer for sub-regional office of FAO. I cover Turkey and Central Asia. So FAO, as you might know, we have officially UN mandate on water and land resources and agriculture and food security. We work more than 1 year in Uzbekistan, actually, to be precise, it's 8 years. And we would like to express our willingness for the next Global Economic Forum to support government of Uzbekistan to bring awareness on agriculture, because if we know that it's most vulnerable economic sector, and agriculture or climate change mitigation, it's not only energy efficiency, it's also sustainable practices, carbon sequestration. And FAO offers different solutions and different tools. We have our soil carbon sequestration map, how to, a global one, how to enhance soil to actually have this net zero path. But I can talk a lot about this. I really like my job. When we come to the questions, so while the colleagues we are talking, we are implementing. First of all, we have our JEF project on CBIT. Our national partner is Uzhydromet. We started in July actually.
Sorry, could you ask your question in a concise way?
Yes, I will. But a little bit more, yeah, because this is very important, and unfortunately we didn't have a time to present what we are doing in the region. So MRV system under CBIT JEF program we do together with Uzhydromet. And MRV system is something old because according to the Paris Agreement, Katowice, we will all transit to ETF, and this is what we do, we develop the database. And a lot of, we don't cover all, I come to the question, it's not just information, it's leading. So a lot of national entities will be involved in this project because we cover not only agriculture, but all sectors that are mentioned in NDC. And then we have another project that will be in Navai region where we implement solar panels for pumping stations.
Sorry, what's your question, please?
How do you enhance coordination, interministerial coordination, how you can bring all together and what your solutions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I will get the question. So at the beginning of my presentation speech, I mentioned that the important thing is that coordination, and our strategic framework has a key block is on this issue. We will be, establishing at the government level commission, and under that commission will be a technical secretariat who is responsible on coordinating. And we just started 1 year before, and so far we found a lot of friends among us, development agencies. Green Groves. Even Aaron is allocated in ecology committee, but we talk a lot. We talk with almost everyone from the Ministry of Agriculture as well. Here is Otkir, so I am sometimes busy with meetings, etc. But I will be very happy to meet with you and also look at your presentation. But please, keep in mind that our ministry is paying a lot of attention on coordinating this issue. New area, maybe we missed some important partners as well, but we will pay attention to this. And we will discuss on this issue with you in broader scale. Thank you.
Great, excellent. Thank you for that. Sir, and please keep your intervention very short.
Hi, my name is Hikmat Abdurrahmanov. I'm an entrepreneur, and we run a university here in Uzbekistan. So living in Uzbekistan for many years, I was born here, we can see that environment is becoming an emerging and big issue. It's great that this topic is raised, and we have international experts and government officials as well. But I think nature is giving us very strong signals that we are doing something wrong. It's the cutting the trees, it's the disappearance of Aral, it's the dust winds happening at least once a year. Don't you think that, and it seems that government realizes this, but don't you think that some kind of an emergency plan needs to be taken? Because it seems that environment is kind of in an agenda, but it's not in the immediate agenda, and we don't see really emergency plan happening. Otherwise, and climate change, a global problem, but it seems that Uzbekistan is really becoming a place that needs to be rescued from the climate problems and all what has been a result of inefficient irrigation and lots of stuff happening, yeah, as a sequence of, and obviously economic growth would also bring some negative consequences if we don't think. So the question is, don't you think that it has to be raised in the agenda to be really number one? Because we tie our family plans, our life plans to the country, and I think this is not just a nice topic to discuss, but something that really needs to become a rescue plan. Thank you.
The question is to government official, yeah? And to everyone. Okay, thank you. I will take the question first. Thank you very much for your question. There is, of course, understanding that there has to be immediate plan. And you started with the examples from the trees cut. And some of them, I'm not a specialist, ecologist, but some people say that if you cut all trees, they are very efficient in the process of evaporation. All trees are more valuable than young trees in the process of, this, improving the environment and air cleans. But the tree is cut is a cut. So President is paying a lot of attention on this reforestation, Yashil Makon. Of course, there is also a problem, but, recent presentation to make a kind of a green belt around the Tashkent city. And I mentioned about the construction sector. We know that there is a potential, but it takes some time. So of course, you want to accelerate the process, etc., or, the acceleration of the new master plan of Tashkent city, developing to the, kind of northeast side of the city, if I'm not mistaken. So it is like about stopping the construction in the Tashkent city, in the current place, but taking it to the outside. I think these are also immediate plans. We started, at the beginning we stopped tramway, but now we are actively working with French companies, other European companies to bring back tramways in the Tashkent city. Everyone is recognizing that we need green public transport. And immediate step, you already see that some green public bus, electric public bus are running in the Tashkent city. Yes, I personally was, stressing on this, and Com knows in Paris, we were meeting with Paris Institute of Regions, with FNAO, and I was saying, it's about the urbanization. I said, if we don't start integrating the environmental issues in the city planning process from now on, we can have more and more, risks as well. But immediate plans are there. Whether you want or not, it will take some time. That's my understanding. Maybe, unfortunately, we don't have colleagues from Ecology Committee, but they could answer the question.
Well, we actually have Mr. Pulatov, the director of the Research Institute of Environment and Nature Conservation Technologies, and part of the State Committee of the Republic of Uzbekistan for Ecology and Environment Protection. And so, Mr. Pulatov, you're one of our experts in the first row. Could you give some thoughts to this question?
Yes. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. And really glad to be here, and thanks for Hikmateke for really raising this question. I'm really happy for this, that is environmental issues has been raised today. And I also want to mention this is the director of the new Research Institute of the Environment and Nature Conservation Technologies. And I would like to mention also just one of the Weijin Liu mentioned about that each ministry agenda has to have this kind of climate agenda, yeah? So we have this Green Grow and Climate Change Department. So let's go back to the question of the, Hikmateke, one he mentioned about this environmental sector. So, and also First Deputy Minister mentioned on that our President has initiated, launched in 2021 Green Land, and this is it's planting 1 billion trees within the 5 years. And this is really actually what is it's not about it's not about actually cutting the trees, but to sustainability for the climate adaptation options, yeah. And so today I heard many different observed many different speeches and talks about on green growth and climate change. So, and also there was a few agenda on the environmental sector, yeah, for me as well. Let me just to go for my also to the list that it has been raised. Of course, the first presentation was mentioned about the ESG and SOE, that the green growth cross-cutting issues, and we need to make a master plan. And this is all these we need to focus on the sector of E, yeah, as environment. We have to big let's pushing to the environmental sector. Also, back to the Nasruddin Anwar, and also he mentioned about the power generation supply, green technologies, economic attractive technologies. But why they are not implemented? I mean, this always we have to, whenever we want to implement the new green technologies, we have to think about the environment, biodiversity, law for biodiversity, and this should be agenda of always, yeah? So what will happen, this is investments bringing this, and what will be in the future? We do analysis, we do research on that. And also very happy that many, one of the colleagues, Abror Gafurov, mentioned about the hydropower plants and agriculture. Hydropower plants is good, but we need to think on the biodiversity, yeah? It's not to raise this issue. Also raise the issue on the RLC, yeah? RLC is of course, is a man-made, but we need to think without considering natural resources, it's impossible to do, yeah? The RLC, we lost many other biodiversity that was bringing to there. And also, and finally, maybe I could mention on the environmental agenda.
Thank you. I'm Bruno Balvanera. I'm independent supervisory board of QQB that is also on the way of potential IPO, and I think it's very important the pricing. The pricing of the IPO is going to be what determines the success of the exercise. Very likely UZAFTO is going to be the first one. So in that respect, you have the burden and the responsibility to have the right pricing. In your slide, you estimate the value of the company 2 billion. Would you give us maybe a bit of an indication of what is the P or what it means in terms of the P or the ratios, and what you think is going to be the window of the potential IPO? so that we have a bit of an idea of how attractive this can be for local population.
Nowadays we are doing many research and analysis on and it has been already a few strategies has been accepted by the head of the government on concept of the environmental protection and conservation biodiversity, green economy, and we are working on it. This is the climate and green agenda, it's a new, yes? After this ratifying in 2018, the Paris Agreement, we start to working on this, yeah? So it's a new, we are working on it, and we hope that for the future, our kids and our family will be in the more environmentally place.
Well, thank you for reminding us about the biodiversity, and of course, it also has that economic value that we sometimes overlook, and like the water, as the minister said, if the water isn't there, then the land has no value either, and it's similar with the biodiversity. So a very important point. Well, I'd like to thank all our speakers and very much also to you, First Deputy Minister, because I think it's been incredibly insightful to all of us and to hear the vision and how it's being implemented. And of course, you can rely very much on all of us and as development partners to sustain and support you in your efforts towards the green economy. Thank you very much, and thank you all panelists. Thank you.
Slay. I work for the United Nations Development Program in New York as a senior economist for our regional bureau for Europe and Central Asia. We have so many participants in the panel, and we're running a little bit behind, so I won't be introducing them now. Instead, I will be relying on your ability to see the pictures on the screen, and I will be introducing briefly each of the panelists when their time comes to speak. We are, as we know, under time pressures, but I think in light of that, the best thing to do is just to jump in. We're going to start with presentations from each of the 4 ministers or deputy ministers that we have, who will be able to address different aspects of the demographic dividend question in Uzbekistan, relating especially to health, labor markets, and education. And we are most interested in learning about the ministry's vision for responding to the challenges and opportunities of the demographic dividend in order to build upon Uzbekistan's human capital and leave no one behind. Let me therefore begin with Mr. Nazim Husamov, the Minister of Employment and Labor. And if I may, Mr. Minister, let me pose to you the following question. Uzbekistan has a young and growing population with significant potential for demographic dividends. But capturing these dividends requires unlocking the potential of Uzbekistan's youth, especially in terms of creating new opportunities for decent jobs that reflect the realities of the labor markets of the 21st century. How is the government addressing these challenges of youth and employment, particularly in terms of reducing the large numbers of young people who at the moment are not in employment, education, or training? Vam slovo, spasiba.
Katta rahmat. Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli tadbir ishtirokchilari. Katta rahmat bo'lsin beratilgan imkoniyat uchun. Bugungi tadbirimizda inson kapitalini rivojlantirishdagi dolzarb mavzulardan biriga to'xtalib o'tamiz. O'zbekiston uchun inson kapitali bu birinchi navbatda kambag'allikni qisqartirishning muhim yo'nalishlardan biri hisoblanadi. Hozirda mamlakatimiz yanada yuqori va uzoq iqtisodiy o'sishga erishish va shu orqali aholi farovonligini oshirish imkoniyatini beradigan boshlang'ich, mana yuqorida aytilgandek demografik dividend bosqichida turibdi. Iqtisodiy o'sish va ijtimoiy rivojlanishni rag'batlantirishni maqsadida bizning demak Mehnat vazirligi tomonidan mehnat bozorida talab yuqori bo'lgan kasbiy ko'nikma va malakani shakllantirish sohasida faol ishlar olib borilmoqda. Biz bilamizki, bu esa muvaffaqiyatli mehnat faoliyati va munosib ish haqi olish uchun zarurdir. Biz birinchi navbatda bu yerda mehnat bozorining dinamikasini hisobga olgan holda yoshlarni, chunki biz bilamiz bugungi kunda bizdagi demak aholining mehnatga yaroqli aholining asosiy qismi yoshlardan iborat. Shuning uchun yoshlarni ish bilan ta'minlashga ko'maklashish bu bugungi kunda O'zbekiston hukumatini oldida turgan asosiy vazifalardan biri bo'lib hisoblanadi. Agar ozgina raqamlarga to'xtaladigan bo'lsak, O'zbekistonning bugungi kundagi mehnat resurslari soni bu 19,5 milliondan ortiq kishini tashkil qiladi va bu yerda 40% aynan yoshlarni tashkil qiladi. Shulardan 15 millioni bu iqtisodiy faol aholi bugungi kunda va bularning ichida yana yoshlarni aytadigan bo'lsak, bu 34% yoshlarni tashkil qiladi. Va mana bu joriy yillarga oladigan bo'lsak, joriy yilda mehnat bozoriga ilk bor kirib keluvchilar soni 700 mingtani tashkil qildi. Va shunday ekan, yuqorida mana boshlovchi aytganimdek, biz yoshlar bandligini ta'minlashga qaratilgan asosiy e'tibor biz albatta bularni iqtisodiyotga jalb etish darajasini oshirish, ya'niki nafaqat O'zbekiston, balki bugungi kunda biz o'rganib ko'rdik, bu barcha dunyodagi rivojlangan davlatlarning asosiy vazifasi bo'lib hisoblanadi. Mehnat bozorida 16 yoshdan 30 yoshgacha bo'lgan yoshlar uzoq muddatli mehnatni, munosabatlarni shakllantiradigan birinchi doimiy ishga joylashadilar. Mana joriy yilni oladigan bo'lsak ham biz yil boshidan demak 230 ming nafar yaqin yoshlarimizga demak turli xil ularni bandligini ta'minlashda ko'maklar berildi. Bu qaysi yo'llar orqali? Albatta bu birinchi navbatda yurtimizda yaratilayotgan tadbirkorlik sohalaridagi yangi ish o'rinlariga yoki bo'lmasa albatta kasb hunarga o'rgatish masalasida, chunki bu eng dolzarb masalalardan biri bugungi kunda yoshlarimizni turli xil kasb hunarga o'rgatish masalasida. Va albatta bu yerda ijtimoiy himoyaga muhtoj bo'lgan yoshlarimiz ham bor. Shunday qatlam borki, va ularga demak hukumat tomonidan turli xil joriy qilingan subsidiyalar orqali demak 15 ming yaqin yoshlarni ham bandligiga ko'maklashilgan. O'zbekiston Respublikasida yoshlar bandligini ta'minlashga qaratilgan ijtimoiy ahamiyatga ega loyihalarni amalga oshirishda biz albatta bugungi kunda mana tadbirning mehmonlari bo'lgan ko'plab xalqaro tashkilotlarning yordamidan foydalanib kelyapmiz va fursatdan foydalanib mana bu yerda ishtirok etayotgan Bishova xonim yoki bo'lmasa janob Mamizodaga UNICEF va Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti taraqqiyot dasturi tomonidan yoshlar bandligini ko'maklashishda birga amalga oshirayotgan loyihalar uchun katta minnatdorchilik bildiraman. Oddiygina mana shu Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti taraqqiyot dasturi doirasida biz Farg'ona vodiysida pandemiya davridan keyin iqtisodiyotga aholini demak ko'nikmalarni moslashtirish uchun 1.8 million miqdoridagi grant yordamida loyihalarni amalga oshirdik. Yoki bo'lmasa demak uzoq janubiy hududimiz bu Surxondaryo viloyatida inklyuziv ta'lim xizmatlari bo'yicha bu yerda ham yoshlarni demak kasb hunarga o'rgatish bo'yicha UNICEF bilan birga loyihani amalga oshirdik. Yoshlar deganimizni biz albatta xotin qizlarimizni ham esdan chiqarishimiz kerak emas. Biz ayollarning mehnat bozoridagi mavqeini mustahkamlash bo'yicha yilma-yil choralarni kuchaytirib boryapmiz. Bu yerda ham bir ikkita raqamlarni aytish mumkin, chunki bu O'zbekistonga erishgan yutuq desak ham bo'ladi buni. So'nggi 3 yil ichida iqtisodiy faol ayollar soni 6.2 milliondan 6.5 millionga, ya'niki 5% ga oshdi. Shuningdek, ayollar bandligini ta'minlashga qaratilgan chora-tadbirlar natijasida demak band bo'lgan ayollarimiz soni 5.6 millionga bugungi kunda yetdi yoki bo'lmasa 2020-yilga nisbatan bu ko'rsatkichimiz 7% ga oshdi. Va o'z navbatida iqtisodiy nofaol bo'lgan ayollar soni ham kamayib bormoqda va bugungi kunda demak bu ko'rsatkich 2 yil ichida 4.5 milliondan 3.3 millionga qisqardi. Albatta biz ko'proq ayollar bandligi deganimizda bu uzoq joylarda, qishloq hududlarda istiqomat qiladigan ayollarimizga e'tibor qaratishga harakat qilamiz va so'nggi yillarda mehnat bozori talablariga muvofiq bo'lgan kasbiy tayyorlov va tadbirkorlikka o'qitish yo'lini ayniqsa mana shu qishloq joylarimizda istiqomat qiluvchi yoshlarimiz va xotin qizlarimizga e'tibor qaratamiz. Va bu borada demak hududlarda kasblanishni rivojlantirish yo'nalishi bo'yicha ham yangi loyihalarni amalga oshirdik yoki bo'lmasa norasmiy bandlikni qisqartirish borasida o'z-o'zi band qilish bo'yicha yangi yo'nalishlar, ya'ni mana joriy yilning o'zida 10 dan ortiq yo'nalishlar demak o'z-o'zi band qilish yo'nalishiga qo'shildi. Bu ham bizga ikkita yo'nalishda ham kasblanishlik ham norasmiy bandlikni qisqartirish bo'yicha bir yilda 150 mingga yaqin nafar yoshlarimizni va xotin qizlarimizni bandligini ta'minlashga amaliy ko'mak beradi. Va shu bilan birgalikda albatta biz yoshlarimiz va xotin qizlar deganda bu yerda imkon cheklangan toifadagi fuqarolarimizni ham esdan chiqarishimiz kerak emas, chunki bugungi kunda bizda respublikamizda mehnatga yaroqli bo'lgan 250 mingdan ortiq mana shunday toifadagi fuqarolarimiz ham bor. Bularning orasida yoshlar ham bor, ayollar ham bor. Bu sohada ham bizga demak Jahon banki juda katta yordam beryapti. Jahon bankining kredit liniyasi yordamida biz joylarda o'sha aynan inklyuziv ta'limini, ya'niki imkoniyati cheklangan fuqarolarimizni kasb hunarga o'rgatish bo'yicha guruhlar tashkil qildik va bu orqali ularni bandligini ta'minlashga ham juda katta ijobiy natijalarga erishmoqdamiz va bu narsani biz yanada kuchaytirib boramiz. Shu bilan birgalikda Jahon banki deganimizda biz hozir mana bitta loyihamiz bor, bu ham bo'lsa hududlarda, ayniqsa bu yerda viloyat markazlaridan uzoqda joylashgan tumanlarimizda ham o'sha ishsiz band bo'lmagan aholi istiqomat qilish hisobga olib, o'sha markazlarimizda ham demak kasb hunar o'quv markazlarini shakllantirish bo'yicha loyiha, ya'ni u yerda shu zamonaviy asbob uskuna bilan jihozlash loyihasi amalga oshiryapmiz. Shuningdek, mana bu tadbirning yana bir mehmoni bu Osiyo rivojlanish taraqqiyot banki bilan birgalikda ham yangi loyihaga biz qadam qo'ydik joriy yilda. Kelasi yildan bu loyihani ham o'zlashtirishlar olib boriladi va mana shu ikkita ham Jahon banki ham Osiyo taraqqiyot rivojlanish banki yordamida biz hududlarda 40 dan ortiq, ayniqsa uzoq tumanlardagi o'sha kasb hunar o'quv markazlarini tashkil qilish bo'yicha loyiha amalga oshiramiz va natijada yiliga biz hozir reja qilganimiz bu har yili o'rtacha 100-120 ming nafar ishsiz band bo'lmagan fuqarolarimizni kasb hunarlariga o'rgatish va shu orqali demak kambag'allikdan chiqarish va iqtisodiyotda ularni o'zini o'rin topishga ko'mak berishdan iborat. Va To'rtinchi yo'nalishni oladigan bo'lsak, albatta bu yerda biz kasbdan o'qitish deganda birinchi navbatda o'sha kim tomonidan o'qitiladi, ya'niki xorijiy mutaxassislarni jalb qilish yo'nalishi bo'yicha yoki bo'lmasa xorijiy davlatlarning, rivojlangan davlatlarning kasbdan o'qitish tizimini O'zbekistonga olib kelish bo'yicha ham shug'ullanyapmiz. Albatta bu yerda birinchi navbatda biz Janubiy Koreyaning Koyka tashkilotini misol qilib aytishimiz mumkin. Bugungi kunda respublikada 5 ta mana shunday kasbdan o'quv markazlari faoliyat olib borishyapti va biz bugungi kunda boshqa demak davlatlar, bu Germaniya va Turkiya davlatlarining mana shunday o'quv markazlari va malakani baholash markazlarini demak O'zbekistonga olib kelish bo'yicha jarayon boshlangan. Bu mana yilning oxiriga bizda har bir hududda mana shunday kasb hunarga o'qigan fuqarolarni malakasini baholash, ya'niki ularga tegishli bo'lgan o'sha yo'llanmalarni yoki bo'lmasa xorij davlatlarida ishlash bo'yicha ruxsatnoma beradigan maxsus sertifikatlarni, bu как Yevropass yoki bo'lmasa shunga o'xshash sertifikatlarni berish imkoniyatini beruvchi malakani baholash markazlari tashkil qilib boriladi. Mana shunday tadbirlar biz aminimizki bugungi kundagi mana bu forumning ham asosiy mazmuni, ya'niki o'sha kambag'allikdan chiqarish, iqtisodiyotni rivojlantirish, band bo'lmagan ishsiz toifadagi fuqarolarimizni o'zlarining iqtisodiyotda o'rinlarini topib va iqtisodiyotni rivojlanishga demak ular o'zlarining hissalarini qo'shishda juda bir katta ijobiy ta'sir beradigan instrument deb bilamiz va shuning uchun ham mana shu yo'nalishda biz demak vazirlik tomonidan ishlar olib boriladi. Keyingi birinchi yil mobaynida biz kasbga o'qitishning turli shakllari bo'yicha qamrovini men yuqorida aytganimdek mana 100-150 ming nafar fuqaroni qamrab olishga erishamiz. Va so'zim yakunida yana aytmoqchimanki, mana ishsizlikni kamaytirish, inson kapital darajasini oshirish bu O'zbekiston Respublikasi fuqarolari uchun munosib turmush sharoitlari, munosib mehnat sharoitlarini ta'minlash bo'yicha demak o'sha xalqaro bizning hamkorlarga doimiy ravishda ko'rsatgan yordamlar uchun va hamkorliklari uchun minnatdorchilik bildirib qoldiraman. Rahmat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for reminding us of the many important ways in which active labor market policies are being pursued in Uzbekistan, the importance also of regional labor markets and having a regionally differentiated approach to employment policy, as well as the importance of partnerships with international organizations, and finally for recognizing that without entrepreneurship and private companies' abilities to create new jobs, even the best efforts of the government will not be enough. I would like to now pass the floor to Ms. Sadoka Sidikova, Deputy Minister of Higher Education, and pose to her the following question. Please describe for us the reforms now being introduced in vocational education, as well as aspirations for the future, particularly in terms of labor market challenges for youth. You have 8 minutes, Madam Deputy Minister.
Assalomu alaykum. Savolingiz uchun albatta katta rahmat. Inson kapitalini rivojlantirishda ta'lim tizimining muhimligi bugungi o'tkazilayotgan tadbirdan ham yaqqol bilinib turibdi. Barcha sohalar kabi professional ta'lim tizimini ham muhtaram prezidentimiz tomonidan o'sha oldingi kollejlar tizimini tubdan isloh qilib, xalqaro tashkilotlar tavsiyalari va standartlari asosida mutlaqo yangi professional ta'lim tizimiga asos solindi. Ushbu tizimni rivojlantirish, yangi bosqichga olib chiqish borasida yaqinda o'tkazilgan yig'ilishda aniq vazifalar va yo'nalishlar ham belgilab berildi. Xususan, bular dual ta'limni rivojlantirish, xalqaro ta'lim dasturlarini joriy etish, o'qituvchilarni qo'llab-quvvatlash va ish beruvchilarning takliflari asosida o'rta bo'g'in kadrlarni tayyorlash kabi masalalarni o'z ichiga olgan kompleks tadbirlar amalga oshirilmoqda. Bu esa xalqaro mehnat bozori talablari asosida o'rta bo'g'in kadrlar tayyorlash imkoniyatini ham beradi. Rivojlangan davlatlarda va xususan mamlakatimizda ham o'rta bo'g'in mutaxassislariga bo'lgan talab kundan kunga ortib bormoqda va ularning malakalariga qo'yilayotgan talablarning ham takomillashayotganini ta'lim tizimida asosiy vazifalarni belgilab olishimizdan dalolat beradi. Va mana shu mamlakatimiz mehnat bozori tahlilini ko'rib chiqqanimizda asosan ish o'rinlarining 20% oliy ta'lim muassasalari bitiruvchilariga to'g'ri kelsa, 60% dan ortig'i bu o'rta bo'g'in kadrlariga to'g'ri keladi va bu jihat qanchalik muhim ekanligini ham ko'rsatadi. Bu yo'nalishlardan birinchisi bizning xalqimiz, xususan yoshlarimiz kasblar o'rganishga bo'lgan intilishlarining yuqoriligi hamda yangi tizimga bo'lgan ishonchi natijasida bugungi kunda 460 ming nafardan ortiq o'quvchilar 700 dan ortiq ta'lim muassasalarida ushbu tizimni tanlab, kasblar maktablari, kollejlar va texnikumlarda 6 oydan 3 yilgacha mo'ljallangan dasturlarda tahsil olmoqdalar. 16 yoshdan boshlab turli yoshdagi, hattoki pensiya yoshigacha bo'lgan shaxslar 474 ta kasblar bo'yicha o'zlarining tanlagan malakalarini o'zlashtirmoqdalar. Har yili 1,5 mingdan ortiq yetim bolalar, ota-ona qaramog'idan mahrum bo'lgan, ijtimoiy himoyaga muhtoj oila farzandlari hamda nogironligi bo'lgan bolalar to'liq davlat granti asosida kasblarga o'qitilmoqda. Ikkinchi yo'nalishimiz 1 yil ichida professional ta'lim muassasalari hududlarida 50 ming nafardan ziyod ishsiz aholi, xotin-qizlar va yangi kasblarni o'zlashtirish istagidagi shaxslar uchun 1 oydan 6 oygacha bo'lgan 102 ta yo'nalishdagi kasb-hunarlarga o'qitish yo'lga qo'yilgan. Va ushbu ishlar jadal sur'atlarda davom ettirilmoqda. O'zbekistonning yangi professional ta'lim tizimiga bo'lgan ishonchning yuqoriligi, uni rivojlantirish hamda malakali kadrlarni tayyorlash, tashkil etishda ishtirok etish maqsadida ko'plab xorijiy davlatlar va loyihalar bilan hamkorlik yo'lga qo'yilgan. Va bugungi kunda mana bu zalda ham hozir bir qancha hamkorlarimiz bugun ishtirok etishyapti. Misol uchun bu Shveysariya elchixonasi, janob elchi ham bugun ishtirok etyaptilar. Shveysariya taraqqiyot va hamkorlik agentligi, Hervitis O'zbekiston tashkiloti, Germaniyaning KfW banki bugun vakillari ishtirok etib, biz bilan yangi hamkorlikni yana ham bir jadal sur'atlarda olib borish bo'yicha yana o'sha kelishuvlarga erishdik va Germaniyaning xalqaro hamkorlik jamiyati GC va Yevropa ittifoqi, UNESCO va Osiyo taraqqiyot banki bilan bir qancha loyihalar amalga oshirilmoqda. Keyingi yo'nalishimiz bu bitiruvchilarni kelgusida o'zini o'zi band qilishga, biznes yuritishga, daromad qilishga o'rgatish hisoblanadi. Bu borada davlatimiz rahbarining topshiriqlari asosida biznesga o'qitish dasturlarini ta'lim jarayoniga joriy etish bo'yicha jadal ishlar amalga oshirilmoqda. Ushbu masalada xorijiy davlatlar tajribasidan kelib chiqib, Germaniya jamg'arma kassalari fondi German Sprachkasse bilan hamkorlikda ish boshladik. Bu jumladan hozirgi kunda pilot loyiha asosida Samarkand viloyati va Toshkent shahrida tadbirkorlikka o'qitishning yangi metodikalari va biznes simulyatsiyalari asosida o'qitish yo'lga qo'yildi. Bugungi kunda professional ta'lim tizimiga global darajada e'tibor berilmoqda. Birgina joriy yilning 25-26 oktyabr kunlari Germaniyaning Bonn shahrida UNESCOning yangi kasbiy va texnik ta'lim strategiyasi qabul qilindi. Biz O'zbekiston delegatsiyasi ham bu o'sha jarayonda ishtirok etdi. Ushbu strategiyani ishlab chiqarish davomida xorijiy ekspertlar tomonidan inson kapitalini rivojlantirish borasida professional ta'lim tizimida o'rta bo'g'in kadrlarni tayyorlash jarayoniga alohida urg'u berilgan. Shundan kelib chiqib, respublikamizda professional ta'lim rivojlantirish maqsadida UNESCOning 2022-29 yillarga mo'ljallangan kasbiy va texnik ta'lim strategiyasi maqsadlaridan kelib chiqib, O'zbekiston milliy professional ta'lim strategiyasini ishlab chiqishni asosiy vazifa deb belgilab oldik. Bizning kelgusidagi ustuvor yo'nalishlarimiz quyidagilardan iborat. Bu dual ta'limni yanada rivojlantirish, professional standartlar va world skill standartlari asosida ta'lim dasturlarini ishlab chiqish, xalqaro tajribalar, IQTISODYga o'xshagan asos demak sifat kafolati, milliy standartlarni ishlab chiqish va joriy etish. Mehnat bozorida malakani baholash va tan olish mexanizmlarini takomillashtirish, pedagoglar malakasini oshirish, uzluksiz malaka oshirish va baholashning yangi mexanizmlarini ishlab chiqish. Professional ta'lim tizimini raqamlashtirish, inklyuziv ta'limning dasturlarini ishlab chiqish hamda metodik ta'minlash, yashil iqtisodiyot sohasidagi tendensiyalarni hisobga olgan holda ta'lim dasturlarini takomillashtirish, normativ huquqiy va me'yoriy uslubiy hujjatlarni optimallashtirish, professional ta'lim muassasalari negizida malakani baholash markazlarini tashkil etish. Bu yo'nalishlar va bugungi albatta hali oldimizda bajariladigan ishlarimiz juda ham ko'p. Biz mana bugungi forumdagi o'sha xalqaro ekspertlarning fikrlarini ham alohida o'zimizga belgilab oldik va bu keyingi yo'nalishdagi vazifalarimiz qanday amalga oshirilishi bo'yicha ham ushbu ekspertlar bilan hamkorlikdagi ishlarimizni davom ettiramiz va bu nimani bildiradi? Mana 2 kunlik o'sha sessiyalarda alohida ta'kidlab o'tilyapti. Bizning mamlakat uchun inson kapitali bu eng muhim o'rin tutadigan alohida bir jihat sifatida ta'kidlab o'tilyapti va inson kapitalini rivojlantirishda ta'limning va ayniqsa professional ta'limning o'rni beqiyos va bu boradagi ishlarimiz, birgalikdagi, hamkorlikdagi ishlarimiz albatta o'zining samarasini beradi. Rahmat.
Rahmat. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Minister. Indeed, one can see that much is being done in the area of vocational education and training, and that lessons are being learned from the experience of other countries as well, thanks to partnerships with international actors. We look forward to discussing these matters further in the course of this session. I would like to now turn to Mr. Otabek Fazil Karimov, the Deputy Minister for Health, and I would like to pose to him the following question. Please share with us the information about the status of Uzbekistan's ambitious reforms in the health sector. Where do we stand? Where are we going? And especially as concerns health insurance reform. Thank you. Katta rahmat.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli ishtirokchilar. Savol uchun juda katta rahmat. Men avvalo oxirgi 5 yillikda aynan sog'liqni saqlash tizimida amalga oshirilgan islohotlar to'g'risida to'xtalib o'tmoqchiman. Avvalo gapimni O'zbekiston Respublikasi Prezidentini 2019-2025 yillarda sog'liqni saqlash tizimini rivojlantirish konsepsiyasi qabul qilingan konsepsiyasi bilan boshlamoqchi edim. Aynan shu konsepsiyadan kelib chiqib, mana biz xalqaro hamkor tashkilotlarimiz ham o'tiribdi. Ular bilan birgalikda mana Jahon sog'liqni saqlash tashkiloti bilan O'zbekistonda ilk bor o'sha tibbiy sug'urta elementlarini joriy qilish bo'yicha Sirdaryo viloyatida pilot sifatida ish boshladik. Bu qariyb mana 1 yildan ortiq mobaynida davom etmoqda. Bu tibbiy sug'urta deganimizda avvalo shu buning uchun 2021 yildan boshlab O'zbekiston Respublikasi Davlat tibbiy sug'urta jamg'armasini tashkil etdik. Bu islohotlarni amalga oshirish bo'yicha Sirdaryoda bo'lsa, shu aynan tibbiyot muassasalarini shu davlat tibbiy sug'urtasi jamg'armasi bilan moliyalashtirish tizimi yo'lga qo'yildi. Bu tibbiy sug'urtani bir asosiy bir e'tibor beradigan jihati shundaki, biz avvalo pilot sifatida Sirdaryo viloyatida bu tibbiy sug'urtani davlat byudjetidan sog'liqni saqlash sohasiga ajratilayotgan mablag'lar doirasida amalga oshirish boshlandi. Bunda o'sha juda ko'p hamkor tashkilotlarimiz tomonidan ham birgalikda kelishganimizda ular tomonidan ko'plab savollar, murojaatlar bo'ldiki, bu tibbiy sug'urta deganda hech qanaqa ajratma bo'lmasa, jismoniy shaxslar tomonidan topilayotgan daromadlarga hech qanday bir sug'urtaga ajratma bo'lmasa, qanday bir tushuntirish mumkin degan savollar ham bo'lishdi. Buni biz quyidagicha izohladikki, o'sha 2019-yillarda juda katta bizada bilasizlar, respublikamizda soliq islohotlari amalga oshirildi. Jumladan shuni tarkibida shu jismoniy shaxslardan olinadigan daromad solig'i bo'yicha ham bir qat'iy stavkalar asosida ularga soliq stavkalari belgilandi. Shu nuqtai nazardan kelib chiqib, biz avvalo shu xalqimiz orasida, umuman jamoatchilik orasida noqulayliklarni yoki bir ozgacha tushunmovchiliklarni oldini olish maqsadida birinchi ilk bor shu davlat byudjeti mablag'lari doirasida amalga oshirish boshlandi. Yana bu e'tibor beradigan jihatimiz shundaki, davlat tibbiy sug'urtasi jamg'armasini tashkil etish bilan davlat o'sha sog'liqni saqlash sohasiga nafaqat davlat muassasalari, balki xususiy tibbiyot muassasalarini ham keng jalb qilish yo'lga qo'yildi. Jumladan mana 2022-yil aprel oyidan boshlab davlat tibbiy sug'urtasi jamg'armasi tomonidan qariyb 26 tadan ortiq o'sha xususiy tibbiyot muassasalari bilan shartnoma tuzildi va ular tomonidan 3.2 milliard so'mlik tibbiy sug'urta xizmatlari, sog'liqni saqlash tizimi o'sha xizmatlari sotib olindi. Endi bu sug'urta, tibbiy sug'urta mexanizmlari aynan Sirdaryo viloyatida joriy bo'ldi, lekin buni bir 2023-yildan boshlab to'liq bir tahlillar asosida keyinchalik rejalarimiz bor, boshqa viloyatlarda ham sekin-sekin bu narsani joriy qilishga va keyinchalik yana niyatlarimiz, rejalarimiz bor. Jismoniy shaxslarda olayotgan daromadlaridan qaysidir ma'noda qismini o'sha sug'urtaga ajratish orqali ularda sog'liqni saqlashda o'sha moliyaviy risklarni oldini olish bo'yicha choralar ko'riladi. Keyin yana bitta bir sog'liqni saqlashda eng katta bir islohotlarimizdan biri mana sog'liqni o'sha xalqaro hamkor tashkilotlarimiz ham o'tiribdi. Xalqaro moliya korporatsiyasi bilan hamkorlikda biz O'zbekistonda ilk bor davlat xususiy sherikchilik asosida xalqaro tender o'tkazdik. Bunda sog'liqni saqlashda eng og'riqli nuqtalardan biri bo'lgan o'sha surunkalik buyrak yetishmovchilik kasalligiga chalingan gemodializ xizmatini ko'rsatish bo'yicha shartnoma imzoladik xalqaro tender natijalari asosida va O'zbekiston Respublikasida 4 ta xalqaro davlat xususiy sherikchilik asosida gemodializ xizmatlarini ko'rsatish markazlari yo'lga qo'yildi. Bundan tashqari men yana bir narsaga to'xtalib o'tmoqchiman. Sog'liqni saqlashda raqamlashtirishsiz bu sog'liqni saqlashda bir kelajagisiz deb tasavvur qilish mumkin. Shu jihatdan kelib chiqib biz Germaniya o'sha Federativ Respublikasining KfW bank o'sha bank rivojlantirish bankiga vakillariga ham alohida minnatdorchilik bildirmoqchiman. Biz bular bilan hamkorlikda O'zbekiston Respublikasida o'sha 23-26-yillarda raqamlashtirish tizimini rivojlantirish strategiyasini ishlab chiqdik. Buning uchun alohida KfW banki tomonidan O'zbekiston Respublikasi sog'liqni saqlash tizimiga imtiyozli 45 million yevro miqdoridagi kredit mablag'lari va yana bir alohida ta'kidlaydigan joyimiz o'sha 5,5 million yevrodan ortiq miqdorda grant mablag'lari ajratish belgilab olindi. Yana men bir hamkor tashkilotimiz Osiyo taraqqiyot bankiga alohida minnatdorchilik bildirmoqchiman. Bular bilan biz avvalo o'sha sog'liqni saqlash tizimida sog'liqni saqlashda uzoq va olis bo'lgan chekka hududlarga tibbiy xizmatning yetib borishi va o'sha joyda aholini tibbiy xizmat bilan qamrovini kengaytirish maqsadida bir qancha loyihalarni amalga oshirdik va buning uchun o'sha olis va chekka hududlarda oilaviy shifokorlik punktlari, oilaviy poliklinikalar tashkil etdik va Osiyo taraqqiyot banki ko'magida ularning moddiy texnik bazasini yaxshilash bo'yicha bir qancha choralar ko'rdik. Bundan tashqari Osiyo taraqqiyot banki bilan kuni kecha biz aynan shu yerda o'zida xalqaro davlat xususiy sherikchilik asosida ikkita viloyatimizda, ya'ni Buxoro bilan Andijon viloyatida ko'p tarmoqli tibbiyot markazlarini tashkil etishda, konsalting maslahat xizmatlarini ko'rsatishda Osiyo taraqqiyot banki bilan kelishuv bitimini ham imzoladik. Buning uchun ham alohida minnatdorchilik bildirmoqchiman. Yana undan keyin galdagi eng asosiy bir sog'liqni saqlashdagi masalalarimizdan biri bu ona va bola salomatligini mustahkamlash hisoblanadi. Bu borada biz o'sha xalqaro o'sha UNICEF tashkiloti bilan alohida bir tizimli ravishda ishlarimizni yo'lga qo'yganmiz. Jumladan aytib o'tadigan bo'lsak, ularda bevosita yordamlari, ko'maklari yordamida 2022-yilda o'zida 16 yoshgacha tug'ilgan bolalarimizni, shu 16 yoshgacha bo'lgan bolalarimizni 13 turdagi vaksinalar bilan to'liq qamrovini biz yakuniga yetdik. Ya'ni to'liq qamrovni bir natijasi bu. To'liq qamrovga erishdik. Bundan tashqari yana biz UNICEF xalqaro tashkiloti bilan hozir kunda o'sha ayollarimizga o'sha perinatal yordamini ko'rsatish bo'yicha perinatal markazlarimizni isloh qilish bo'yicha alohida loyiha bilan amalga oshirmoqchimiz. Buning uchun bularga ham alohida minnatdorchilik bildirmoqchiman. Bundan tashqari biz Jahon banki hamkorligida bu aynan prezidentimiz tashabbuslari bilan bo'lgan. Hozirgi kunda bir qariyb 4 oy davomida ular bilan O'zbekiston Respublikasida sog'liqni saqlash tizimini 2030-yilgacha rivojlantirish strategiyasini ishlab chiqqanmiz va Jahon banki bu qariyb o'sha juda ko'plab 16 dan ortiq xalqaro ekspertlarni jalb qilib bu sohaga 4 oy davomida ishlandi. Hozirgi kunda yakuniga yetkazildi va hozir Sog'liqni saqlash vazirligi tomonidan tegishli ravishda hukumat qarori loyihasi tayyorlanmoqda. hozircha amalga oshirayotgan
much for this very interesting presentation. Maybe I would just add that one of the most concrete examples of the demographic dividend is that it's relatively easy to create and strengthen health insurance funds because you have so many relatively young, healthy people paying into the fund and a relatively small number of people who would be claimants upon the fund, and you can strengthen not only the health system but the financial system in general in this way. One of the many very exciting reforms being pursued in the social sector. So once again, thank you very much. I would like to now pass the floor to Mr. Timur Kamilov, Deputy Minister of Public Education. And I would like to pose to you, Mr. Kamilov, the following question. Could you please assess for us the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on Uzbekistan's education system and its human capital, and also describe the measures that have been taken to overcome its consequences? Thank you very much.
Katta rahmat, savol uchun. Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli ishtirokchilar. Darhaqiqat, pandemiya davrida ta'limni tashkil etish, ta'limni ta'minlash bu nafaqat hukumat, yurtimizdagi har bitta oila, har bitta ota-onani o'sha katta muammosiga aylangan edi. Buni hamma his qilganda o'sha xabarlaringiz bor. 6 milliondan ziyod o'quvchini kelajagi ta'limi umuman o'sha holatda kelganda, holatda kelindida buni tan olib aytishimiz kerak. Davlat rahbari hukumatga o'shanda birinchi bergan topshirig'i har bitta ota-onani, odamlarni, oilani fikrini o'rganib, ularga imkoni bo'ladigan zudlik bilan yengillik beradigan chorani belgilash topshiriq berilgandi. Bunda o'shandan kelib chiqib, texnik imkoniyatlardan kelib chiqib, mavjud infrastrukturadan kelib chiqib qaror qabul qilingandi. O'sha pandemiya davrida televizion darslar orqali ta'limni ta'minlash masalasi zudlik bilan choralari ko'rildi. Bu yerda nafaqat Xalq ta'lim vazirligi, balkim hukumatni barcha tegishli vazirlik idoralari birgalikda o'sha televizion darslarni olish, uni 24/7 rejimida translyatsiya qilish, darslarni tasvirga olib, uni zudlik bilan o'sha aholiga yetkazish ishlari amalga oshirildi. Faqat bitta narsani e'tiborga qaratmoqchiman. Agar o'sha pandemiya davrida 6 milliondan ziyod o'quvchilarga ta'lim jarayoni tashkil qilinmaganda nima o'zi salbiy ta'siri bo'lar edi deganda, buni o'sha xalqaro ekspertlarni, o'sha Jahon bankini hisob-kitoblarini ko'rganimizda ham ta'lim ta'minlamaganda hozirgi kunda tahsil olayotgan yosh avlodni kelgusida daromadlarini 4% ga yaqin, aniqrog'i 3,5% ga kamaytirilishga olib keladi degandi. Dastlabki hisob-kitoblarga ko'ra bu yillik o'rtacha $500 milliard potensial o'sha kelgusi avlod daromadlariga zarar, talofat yetkazilish xavfi turgan edi. Bu holatda onlayn darslar qilindi, resurslar yaratildi. Bitta narsani yana aniq aytish kerak, buni aytishimiz shart. Sababi o'sha pandemiya davrida iqtisodiy qiyinchiliklar, moliyaviy resurslar cheklanganligi bo'lishiga qaramasdan ta'limga jalb qilingan pedagog, xodim hammalarni to'liq oyliklari berilishi ta'minlandi. Bu ham o'z navbatida shu jarayonlarni onlayn masofaviy ko'rinishda muvofiqlashtirish maqsadida. Ikkinchidan, men buni o'sha pandemiyani ijobiy ta'sirlari deyman, ya'ni o'sha positive spillover effects degan ma'noda raqamlashtirishga ham juda katta e'tibor berildi. Mana pandemiyagacha biz bilamiz, maktablarda mana internet holati birinchi nuqta yetib borgan bo'lsa ham ichki lokal tarmoq, infrastruktura deyarli yo'q darajada edi. 20-yildan boshlab, bu aynan pandemiya davriga to'g'ri keladi. O'sha maktabda ichki lokal tarmoq internet infrastrukturasini, ya'ni yakunlovchi qurilmasini maktabni o'zida qurish uchun markazlashgan holda maqsadli ravishda mablag' ajratildi. Bu nima uchun ham kerak? Buni oqibatida mana aytishimiz kerak, pandemiya davrida 20 mingdan ziyod ta'lim resurslari tayyorlandi. 20 mingdan ziyod ta'lim resurslari bu o'quvchilar uchun. Hozirgi kunda maktablarning yarmidan ko'pi to'liq mana sifatli internetni ta'minlash infrastrukturasi, ichki infrastruktura qilib berildi. Aniq aytishimiz kerak, bu pandemiya davrida yana o'sha ijobiy ta'sirlardan, o'sha pozitiv spillover effektlardan biz mavjud muammolarni ham ko'rib oldik shu nimada. Mavjud amaldagi muammolarimiz, ya'ni malaka oshirishdagi muammomiz, ta'lim berish jarayonidagi, o'sha ta'limni kontentidagi, mazmundagi kerak bo'lsa milliy o'quv dasturidagi muammolarni ham yaqqol bizga ko'rsatdi. Nima ish qilindi? Mana o'sha davrda yo'lga solingan pedagoglarni yangicha malaka oshirish tizimi, ya'ni onlayn ravishda nafaqat davlat tashkilotlari tomonidan, balki xususiy tashkilotni jalb qilgan holda ham malaka oshirishlarni amalga oshirish hozirgi kungacha tizimga aylandi va bu narsa post pandemiya davrida ham shu tizimdan samarali foydalanib kelinmoqda. Pandemiya davrida aynan to'g'ri aytishimiz kerak, muammolardan kelib chiqib xalqaro tashkilotlar, men ayniqsa buni aytib o'tishim kerak, UNICEF'ning xizmatini ham xalqaro ekspertlarni jalb qilib, milliy o'quv dasturini qaytadan yangilangan versiyasi ishlab chiqildi. Ya'ni bu barcha muammolarni. Bu holatlar albatta aytib o'tish kerak, bu davlat rahbarining siyosiy irodasi bilan, ya'ni nima bo'lishidan qat'iy nazar resurs cheklangan yoki iqtisodiy muammolarga qaramasdan ta'limga o'sha ajratilayotgan mablag'lar budjetdan qisqartirilgani yo'q. Oylik masalasida ham yana kerak bo'lsa o'sha aytib o'tilganimdek qo'shimcha rivojlanish dasturlariga mablag'lar ham ajratib kelindi. Endi pandemiya davrida to'g'ri biz 99% o'quvchilarni mana jalb qilishga harakat qilindi masofaviy televizion darslar orqali, lekin tan olib aytishimiz kerak, muammolar mavjud hammasi bo'lgan. Bu 99% sifatli darajada qabul qilinganligini mana hali tahlillari davom ko'rsatadi. Mana bu yil xalqaro PISA tadqiqotlari ham o'tkazildi. Biz o'sha pandemiya davrida ham PISA tadqiqotlariga bo'lgan tayyorgarlikni to'xtatganimiz yo'q bu masalada. Buni natijasini endi kelgusi yil ham ko'ramiz. Pandemiyadan keyin aniqlagan, ko'rib yuzaga kelgan o'sha muammolardan kelib chiqib nima ish qilindi? Davlat rahbari tomonidan bu narsa batafsil muhokama qilib ko'rsatib berilgandan so'ng o'sha xalq ta'limi tizimini 23-26-yillarga rivojlantirish, 22-26 yillarga rivojlantirish dasturi tasdiqlandi. Bu dasturda o'sha ko'rilgan hamma muammolarning yechimi, takliflari va qolaversa mana tasdiqlangan bizani o'sha alohida ta'lim ehtiyojiga konsepsiyamiz bor. Ya'ni inklyuziv ta'limni rivojlantirish konsepsiyasi, u bo'yicha ham aniq chora-tadbirlar belgilab olindi. Shuning uchun hozirgi kunda mana post pandemiya davrida ham biz ko'rilgan nimalarni hozir baholayapmiz. O'sha bizning ilmiy tadqiqot institutlarimiz orqali platformalar, bu narsa oldin bo'lmagan, bizga qaysidir ma'noda foyda ham bo'ldi. O'qituvchilarni diagnostik portretini ham qilishga biz amalga oshirdik. Ya'ni har bitta o'qituvchini malaka oshirish uchun avval o'sha platformada bir necha mezonlar, kriteriyalardan kelib chiqib, ularni salohiyati baholangandan keyin biz o'sha 500 milliondan ziyod pedagoglarimiz bo'yicha ham diagnostik portret va ularni professional salohiyatni rivojlantirish uchun qo'shimcha ishlarni ham chora-tadbirlarni belgilab oldik. Va bu ishlar hukumatni barcha vakillari, kerak bo'lsa o'sha xalqaro tashkilotlar, ekspertlar bilan davom ettiriladi. Qo'shimcha savol aniqlashtirish bo'lsa, men tayyorman javob berishga. E'tiborlaringiz uchun rahmat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Minister. In my sense, your remarks touched on many important questions, but the one that struck me perhaps the most was digitalization and how the pandemic and the response to the pandemic led to further emphasis upon digitalization in education, but not only. In health, it was also so important. Telehealth, people remotely turning to medical professionals to get medical help when they couldn't actually go physically to medical institutions. And of course, digitalization is so important for the future development of the labor market, employment, the creation of new jobs and the jobs of the future. This is something we may wish to come back to in the discussion as well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard presentations from 4 ministries who are on the cutting edge of social policy reform in Uzbekistan, responding to the needs not only of the economy, but to the needs of people, because it's people that are the true wealth of any country, especially in Uzbekistan. But the lessons and the results in Uzbekistan are of interest not only for Uzbekistan, but for the broader international community. And in that spirit, we want to now open this session up for discussion, and especially to hear the perspectives of international partners who are working closely with these ministries and other institutions in Uzbekistan who are doing their best also to help Uzbekistan's government make the most of Uzbekistan's human capital and take advantage of Uzbekistan's demographic dividends. So let me now turn to our international experts on this panel. We'll hear from a number of them, and then we will move to a broader open discussion from the floor. So I would like to now pass the floor to Ms. Florence Bauer, the Regional Director for Europe and Central Asia, who will talk about the broader demographic trends and what it really means for Uzbekistan to have a demographic dividend. Ms. Bauer, the floor is yours. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for the invitation, and Excellencies, Minister, Deputy Ministers, pleasure to be here with you. This is a very special moment when we are talking about demography, because the world will be reaching 8 billion people on the 15th of November. That's the first time in humanity that we are reaching this amount of people in the world. First of all, it's a success story, because we all want to be able to live more, and life expectancy has been increasing, and we all want mortality to go down, and child and maternal mortality have been going down. But at the same time, it puts countries in very different situations. We have many countries where the population is still increasing very highly. We have some countries, more and more countries, where the population is shrinking. We have most countries where the population is aging, with an increasing proportion of aging population, and this raises a number of challenges and at the same time opportunities on how to tackle with that. That's why at UNFPA we launched a decade for demographic resilience last year, which is exactly to help and support countries to be able to deal with this very specific situation. In the case of Uzbekistan, the numbers show a very high increase of fertility. After years of fertility going down, it has suddenly been going up, and that's a very different situation. And it offers a tremendous opportunity, because each of the 1 million children that are getting born every year, very soon we'll reach 1 million, it's a tremendous opportunity to progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals and to support social and economic development. But that doesn't come by default, so it's absolutely key to have a number of priorities. One of them is first to monitor the situation of demography and to do very accurate and detailed analysis to see what's going to happen in the next 10, 20, 30 years, so that the decisions, for example, on the number of services can be taken knowing that kind of situation. How many health services do we need? How many schools do we need? How many jobs do need to be created? And many of the ministers were referring about all the fantastic work that is being done in the country. So how to link that to make sure that it's responding to that situation. And in order to do that, the first step, we need to know what is our situation today. That's why the census that Uzbekistan is undertaking, is planned for next year, is so fundamental to know what is the situation of the population. I understand that for 3 decades we didn't have a census in Uzbekistan, so we really need to be able to have the situation, and I take this opportunity to commit our support from UNFPA and to appeal for, please, the country making sure that all the funding and everything is available. Creating job opportunity, it also includes making sure that there is investment in healthy lifestyle education. young people from school, starting from girls, I think girls and boys, they need to have the information on what is important for their own health, what is the choice they want to make in terms of the families that they want to have. So to make that kind of information available is fundamental. And in particular with the focus on girls, on women, on the most vulnerable people, on people with disability, like the Minister of Labour was telling us about the priorities in that respect. So, so those are the three key elements. I think we need to be able to monitor demography, we need a census, and we need to invest in young people. As UNFPA, we're working with many of the ministers, and we're here committed to continue to support you in turning each birth into an opportunity for the development of Uzbekistan. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for these excellent and concise points. I'm stunned by the rapid increase in fertility that goes against the theory of the demographic transition that I learned as a student many years ago. The world is a complicated, exciting place. It also says something about the optimism that people in Uzbekistan have about the future, which isn't always the case in some other countries. I remember yesterday at the plenary that someone pointed out that I believe by 2030, the population of Uzbekistan will be larger than the population of Ukraine and the population of Poland. And that really requires us to think differently about, sort of demographic centers of gravity in the region. And of course, the point about the census, its importance is not to be underestimated, and thank you for calling attention to that as well. Of course, we know the links between demographic issues and health. We had a very interesting presentation from the Ministry of Health, but perhaps we could delve a little bit deeper into some of these questions. And in that spirit, I would like to turn to Ms. Tazeen Fassi, the World Bank lead economist, to talk a little bit more about these issues in the broader demographic context as well. So Tazeen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the excellent presentations, and there were great points that were brought out. So I'll touch a little bit on a couple of things and more on one specific thing in the sense of demographic dividend, which would be on the skills side. But let me start with first of all, congratulating the government, which has really embarked on a big agenda of reform, health reforms, over the last 4 or 5 years. We're very happy to be partners with the government in developing and working on background research for the strategy, as Honorable Minister mentioned. Although the focus was in this discussion was mainly on the health insurance, the reform agenda broadly is focusing on financing, on access, on integrated care, and on quality of care. Now, picking up a little bit on the demographics, the fortunate thing about Uzbekistan right now is that in terms of survival to age 5, or in terms of stunting under age 5, the statistics are reasonable. They're not too bad. For example, especially in terms of survival to age 5, it's 98% of children. So it's very close to high-income countries. The hope is that as as the population grows rapidly, this is something that is maintained and is improved. And that for that, obviously, we need good health care. The important thing from the government side is on the expenditure. The aim is to increase from around 7% of government expenditure around this time and last year to about in 2025 to about 15%. Now, the critical point here is how is that going to be financed during the critical fiscal crunch that all the governments around the world are facing. So that is something that we would need to keep an eye on, and the government has been thinking about it quite a bit. The important point in increasing, when you're talking about increasing expenditures on social services, it's very important to remember the efficiency aspect. So it's not about the big number, but it's also about how well whatever is allocated already is being spent. And in that, you know, in the strategy also, I think the government is looking really towards cost-effective care. It's looking towards shifting towards primary care more than tertiary care, because that is where most of the elements can be contained. So the initial care that can be provided then doesn't need to go into the expensive tertiary care aspect. And then a basic benefit package that needs to be kind of that needs to go along with the expenditure framework that the government is developing. However, as I said, I wanted to touch briefly on these points, but more focus on the one big element that has been coming up repeatedly, and especially in the kind of work we've done with the government also is the focus on quality of the providers. And that is critical for two elements. One, obviously, for Uzbekistan itself, the better the quality of the health service providers, the better it is for the population. But also, if you look at the demographic dividend and you look at the youth, higher quality of medical students who are comparable to international level can then emigrate to other countries and can go to other countries with their skills. And that is a model that I think some of the bigger countries have followed. Like for example, in India, a lot of the students, especially in engineering, are trained, and then they are the ones who are in the Silicon Valley, and they're the ones who are sending a lot of remittances. Uzbekistan also depends a lot on the remittances, but not on the high end. So this is something that's very important. And in that sense, a few elements, and I mentioned this specifically because we have in audience the higher education and the labor ministers. So it's very important to focus on certification and accreditation of the medical students once they're finished. Again, this is a very normal international kind of approach. Most countries do that. They have a post completion of their education. They have a test or an assessment to certify them. In most countries, it's repeated every 5 to 10 years, which ensures the quality of the doctors. In addition to that, it's also important to look at what other medical degrees can be introduced. For example, nurses. So it could be graduate and postgraduate degrees for nursing, as well as for other medical technicians, which can really help. Finally, on the same point, we do understand why the situation is like this. And in the previous panel, if you were here, someone was also mentioning that the lowest salary in the country for educated people is for teachers and for doctors. So I think that is also something that's perpetuating this kind of move towards specialization, where people tend to get higher income rather than being in primary health care and being in the rural areas. So to end, I would just focus on, just emphasize 3 points, which I've touched a little bit. First, the quality and the capacity, not only of the medical service providers, but also of the managers, and I think this was also mentioned by the Honorable Minister. So the mid-level managers, the government, and so on. So the capacity of everyone to manage the system, and especially the huge reforms that are coming in. A little bit wanted to emphasize on the data side and digitalization, which was mentioned, and as the Honorable Minister mentioned, you know, this pilot that is going on. There's a need to have a really good evaluation of that and good data coming out of it to make sure that the health insurance is then evaluated and the right approach is extended to the whole country. And then finally, on the expenditure, as we've already touched upon it a little bit, but I wanted to also emphasize that with the health insurance, hopefully this will reduce the burden on the households, because right now the out-of-pocket expenditure for the individuals is more than 50%. So that's really high. It's about 15.5% for European countries, and for Europe and Central Asia together, it's around 34% or so. So compared to that, it's really high. So the insurance scheme that you've mentioned, if done well, if rolled out well, will be a game changer for everyone. So thank you. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Tazeen, for this excellent intervention. Not only did you very nicely tie together the health and education and labor markets dimensions of being what we're discussing, but also you brought in mobility, you brought in digitalization, and other aspects of demographics and the social policy challenges facing Uzbekistan. So thank you again. I would like to now pass the floor to Mr. Munir Mamadzadeh, the head of the UNICEF country office in Uzbekistan, for his reflections on what we have heard so far from the ministers. The floor is yours.
Thank you, man. Let me start by thanking organizers and acknowledge the fact that in Economic Forum there is so much attention on human capital, which is not the standard, I would say. So this is really highly appreciated. We heard about this yesterday at the opening multiple times, and I of course thank UNDP for facilitating this session. We keep talking about demographic dividend, of course, in Uzbekistan, but I think though it is eminently possible to have this dividend, but it's not guaranteed yet, right? Unless we strengthen the nation's capital, we're enhancing the accessibility and quality of education, healthcare, and nutrition even, subject that I wanted to also highlight here, we wouldn't be able to achieve and attain this dividend, along with strengthening families' resilience to different shocks, like we experienced COVID situation now. We are observing globally with war in Ukraine and its impact to the region and countries. So there are specific conditionalities for us to make this dividend really dividend for the country, for Uzbekistan. And for that, we of course, since we're in Economic Forum, we should talk about investments for sure. In human capital, and the main investment from, of course, UNICEF perspective, but I think it is already, there is very strong empirical evidence that it is important to start investing in human capital in early years, right? So investing in early childhood is one of the best investments in the sense that it brings highest return in investment, where you invest $1 for early education, early childhood development, it will actually yield up to $60, $16 return. So this is something that we highlight, and happy to see that Uzbek government really picks this from already 2017 and invest in early childhood education significantly. We have observed drastic increase in terms of coverage of early childhood education. But of course, we are not talking about education as such that starts from 3 years of age, but also what are the opportunities for 0 to 3. The key time that children grow, develop, and of course investment in these early years is very critical. And investment, including through categorical cash assistance or social protection programs, that are key in the context of Uzbekistan as well. And then when we talk about potential demographic dividends, it will be only possible if our children and youth, particularly girls, would attain relevant skills, right? We talked about education reform, we talked about how this reform is important, but also when we talk about skills and competences, I would like to specifically emphasize STEM and ICT skills that can enable, I would say, effective transition from learning to earning, because learning is not just a purpose in itself, right? We need to collectively revisit our understanding of what is the purpose of education entirely. If it doesn't serve or lead to effective outcomes in earnings, then probably something wrong there and we need to revisit. And we know that such revisit is happening right now. Government is going through competency-based teaching, introducing new curricula, talking about skills, importance of the skills from early years up until adulthood and beyond. And this is what we need in 21st century programming when it comes to education, of course. There are other important initiatives in Uzbekistan that can be commended. Of course, it is internet connectivity in schools, making sure that new generation has access to different resources. But again, there is a lot to be done in that area, and we know that President himself is paying particular attention and giving instruction to all entire government, actually, because we have, 4 or 5 government institutions dealing with education, but you cannot solve issues around demographic dividend by working only in education sector, and this is, I think, clear with the composition of this panel. But what I wanted to mention also, I think, our recent analysis, because if we talk about demographic dividend, I again would like to highlight potential impact of the war and also pandemic that still left some scars, especially for children. I think during the pandemic, our UNICEF findings globally have clearly indicated that there are more and more children fall into child poverty. Recently, we have actually documented that in this region, with the conflict in Ukraine, child poverty ratio will increase by 0 to 0.5% points for Uzbekistan only. So this is projection, but also it will have additional, expected to have additional infant deaths, but also additional more than 13,600 missed years of schooling. So there is a methodology around that brings all these elements together. So bringing all this, we would like to again highlight the importance of 3 things. Start early in terms of investment, and when we talk about education, it's not only about STEM or ICT, but it is still about foundational skills that are critical, and there is a crisis around foundational skills that we are well aware of. Investing in quality, inclusiveness, and competency-based education is the second priority that with government we're working closely together. And the third and my final point that I wanted to reiterate specifically is that while speaking about human capital, we cannot forget about social sector workforce, as my colleague mentioned about health workers. Same applies to teachers. So if we want our new generation to be bright and successful, we need to invest in teachers' capacity. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this excellent intervention, reminding us of the importance of investing in the basics, especially early childhood education. I very much like the learning to earning formulation. I'd never heard that before. I think it captures many of the challenges very nicely. And also for pointing out the importance of gender issues here. Indeed, it's easy to look at a country like Uzbekistan where little girls go to school, and we have sometimes even at the university level more women than men in getting educated. And yet when we look at the educational needs of the future and STEM, for example, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, women still tend to be underrepresented, and we need to think about that as well for the future. So excellent and really big thanks. Let me now turn to Vesna Duteska-Bisheva from UNDP, who's worked a lot on active labor market policies and employment, especially for vulnerable groups all across the region. Vesna, what are your impressions of what you've heard today, and what additional considerations might we want to take into account?
Thank you, Ben. During these 2 days, we have been really discussing the profound reforms that the country is undertaking in terms of modernization of the economy, improvement of the factor productivity, and also undertaking some of the bold reforms for restructuring of large state-owned enterprises. This by itself will create some disruptions at the labor market. But also it is important to mention that these reforms are happening in a period when the world is facing unprecedented changes in the world of work, being it due to innovation, digitalization, the advancement of technologies, the new megatrends in terms of urbanization and mobility of the labor force. So these processes, as I said, we are expecting to create additional strains on the labor market, which will require the Ministry of Labor and the Employment Agency to double the efforts in order to ensure that these particular, I would say, changes are not impacting the most vulnerable. Along this process, as we were discussing, many jobs and professions will be significantly modified. Some will be distracted, but also new jobs will be created. So this leads me to the issue of what is the system that is required behind in order to avoid the situation that those that are at the low level of skills or the low end of employment, but also those that are residing in informal economy, young people who are not in education, employment, or training, are not further, I would say, pushed away from the formal labor market. This really requires a number of targeted interventions. And as other participants of this panel, in the interest of time, I will specify and mention 3 particular, I would say, pillars for actions in the future. First, and I think that we all agree, is the importance of stepping up the investment in human capabilities, people capabilities. And during the discussions, we talked about investment in skilling, upskilling, reskilling. But I would say that we need perhaps even to move further and to invest in a concept of lifelong learning ecosystem, a system really that will ensure that not only those in the labor market who are at risk of losing the job, but also those that are out of the labor market are involved, integrated on a continuous basis. And here I would just mention that this, of course, requires investment, but it's not only investment by the government. This concept requires investment and commitment by the private sector and by the workers. So I would say this as one of the first, I would say, recommendation. The second one is the importance of doubling the investment in Ministry of Employment and Social Policy, but also I would say doubling the investment in labor market institutions. And here I'm referring not only to the public employment services or the labor inspectorates, but also to institutions for professional education. And why this is needed? Because as I said, the era of lifelong employment, I think, is over. The concept of lifelong employment has been challenged by new forms of employment, which requires quick transitions from one profession to another, to one industry to another. So I think that the Ministry of Employment and employment agencies in the future should be even more agile and to be more proactive, so that active labor market measures and other programs are also designed to prevent that people lose their job and they risk of being redundant in the labor force. And the third element that I would like to mention, the importance of investment in interinstitutional coordination, interministerial coordination, because as a colleague from UNICEF mentioned, inequalities in labor market, in my view, are only a reflection of inequalities in the community, in the society. And the world of work starts much earlier. It starts at home. So I think really it's important to invest in other services that will prevent the inequalities to basically be reflected in the labor market. In that respect, I will comment also the new law on social protection, which particularly focuses and calls for integration of provision of services, being this healthcare, care services, education, and employment. And I think that in the future, particular accent should be put on that particular topic. Over. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Vesna. Excellent comments, especially those three recommendations that pull together so much of what we've heard, but focus on the future and needed areas of emphasis going forward. So thank you so much. Well, we've heard quite a bit about support provided by multilateral partners to the government of Uzbekistan, but of course many bilateral partners are active here as well. And we're very fortunate to be joined by a representative of one of them, Ms. Gabriela Damian Timoshenko, who is a project manager for Helveta's Swiss intercooperation, excuse me. So welcome to the panel. You are our final commentator. We've saved the best for last. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Ben. I do have the privilege to talk last, which is excellent, I think, because I get to sum up all the ideas that I have been hearing from my wonderful colleagues here. This is an extraordinary panel, so thank you for this opportunity. First of all, I would like to emphasize, as my colleague Munir said, the word human in human capital. You know, it's all about humans, it's not so much about capital, at least in this session. So I want to say and congratulate Uzbekistan with a mature and visionary approach to this. People at the heart of reforms shows that Uzbekistan has gone a long way in just a few years. Now, to my role. I have to speak today about vocational education and training and how it links to the labor market. And since I lead a Swiss-funded project in Uzbekistan, which is implemented together with our partner Ministry of Higher and Secondary Specialized Education, which is called Support to VET Reforms in Uzbekistan, I will talk about the Swiss model. This model we are trying to, let's say, showcase, bring as a best practice example in Uzbekistan. And finally, we are trying to inspire. We are not supporting the idea of just copy-pasting it. So it's very important to have that in mind. Switzerland is a rather small country compared to Uzbekistan. And Switzerland does not have that many resources as we would think. We talk about some agricultural land, we talk about water resources, and of course there is touristic destinations. So very early on, Switzerland realized that human resources are actually the best resources you can have and develop. And in order for that to happen, they thought, okay, it has to start early in life, as you mentioned. So what can we do? So first, it was the establishment of a very robust career guidance and orientation system. Second, they thought, okay, let's do vocational education training, but how do we do that without the workplace? How do we do that without private sector involvement? So the idea of dual training came to mind, and this, mind you, it happened several hundreds years ago. So nowadays, you would not believe it, but actually 70% of the youth in Switzerland choose the vocational education training path. That is quite a lot, and unfortunately that is opposite to what happens in Uzbekistan. Because in Uzbekistan we see the trend of about 20% going into VT and the rest aspiring for higher education. So my message here is, don't be afraid. Encourage your young ones to go for vocational education and training, because this is a path for successful people in life. This is a path for high quality standards in life. This is important as a takeaway, take-home message for today. In Switzerland, about 30% of small and medium businesses are involved in vocational education training. This, at this time let's say in history, for Uzbekistan, it's still early to talk about even 5%, I would say, but we are working on that. Our aim in the project, and our Swiss program is actually a long-term program for 12 years, is to, let's say, have the buy-in of the employers, to get them to join us, to have that mentality shift, and to try to set up more apprenticeship jobs for the young Uzbek generation, because that's the way forward. We have the 700,000 young ones joining the labor market on a yearly basis, and the best choice for them would definitely get involved into an apprenticeship system. Why? First of all, it's all about practical skills, it's all about real work environment, and most important, it's about high chances of being employed at the end of this apprenticeship program. So just to wrap it up, because I can talk about Switzerland and the dual system forever, as you know, I'm an advocate for that, that's my role. I would like to conclude with the following. First of all, the way forward is we have to take private businesses on board, and the way we do it is by dialogue, by communication, coordination. We need this collective intelligence by setting up a common, let's say, perspective on things and speaking the same language. Another thing to take home is involve youth in their destiny. Give them a voice. Let them choose. Let them think free and act free. Involve youth in co-creating education, because this is the present and certainly the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this excellent intervention. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've heard a lot of excellent presentations and comments from our speakers, the ministers, and the commentators. But we hold no monopoly on wisdom here, and there's a lot of expertise, obviously, in the room as well, and many people who also have something to offer and important comments to make. So now we'll open things up briefly to permit and facilitate commentary from the floor as well. And we're very fortunate in this respect to have with us Deputy Prime Minister Mr. Aziz Abdul Hakimov, and who would like to take the floor. I would like now to pass the floor to him, please. Mr. Deputy Prime Minister.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I will really very short, and I would like just briefly mention that, of course, for us, it's very important to develop our human resources And I'd just like to invite all of you to visit our educational facilities, and one of them, and we have a lot of universities in in Samarkand. Also, Samarkand now is the second largest educational center in Uzbekistan, and now we are considering the development of our young generation to provide them the good education. It's one of the main basement to develop our country, our economy. And today we can say we are proud to have a specialized university for tourism and cultural heritage, Silk Road. It is an international university. And in the future, of course, we will also expect that more foreign universities also will start its activities in Uzbekistan. And I think it's very important to develop our human resources. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister. I understand we also have the Secretary General of UNWTO in the room who would like to speak. Have I understood that correctly? Then please, Mr. Secretary General, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you.
If you could please introduce yourself, because I'm afraid
my
I
name
can't
is
read the
Urab
handwriting.
Ololikashvili. I'm Secretary General of UN World Tourism Organization. It's an honor for me to participate in this very important forum, in very important panel. Why? Because I will not say some new things, but I will say what is happening in tourism and what is happening in this beautiful country and what we are doing for Uzbekistan and to other member states. First of all, we are in the country which is, I think, it's one of, I mean, I don't remember many countries on the planet which is investing in tourism and infrastructure. Today, after COVID, after this very hard period, there are several countries who are constantly investing in infrastructure, constantly investing in tourism. Investing infrastructure means investing tourism. So, and thanks to the Deputy Prime Minister and his excellent team, they really made this place and this country much more attractive than it was before. After Soviet Union transition time, Uzbekistan, again, it's one of the nice examples and showcase how the country with a huge cultural heritage and culture and ancient history from Soviet Union transition time became the tourism and tourist attraction destination. So you can invest millions and billions, but if you don't invest in people and if you don't invest in youth, it's waste of money. This is how we see. So that's why, if I remember well, 4 or 5 years ago, we opened first ever in the region. I don't know why, don't ask me why. I know why, in Uzbekistan, our educational center. And we are very happy and very honored to be here. And next very big and important step for Samarkand and for, again, for this wonderful country will be that next year we will celebrate in the same place, in this beautiful hall, our General Assembly, which is most important event for us every 2 years, and we will be here, and all of you will be more than welcome to see what is happening in tourism industry. But again, we really believe and truly believe in supporting that invest in future means invest in people means invest in future. And I will advocate for tourism, and I will say that the best two investments from my point of view are tourism first, and second is education, especially education in tourism. You can earn a lot of money, by the way. It's very, very interesting business, and we are working all over the world. We will open very soon 5 international centers, thanks to our very strong partners from Switzerland. It was mentioned, Switzerland is small, but the strongest country in education in tourism. Les Roches, École Ducasse, Lucerne and Lausanne schools are very close partner of us. So many things is happening, but again, I want to propose to everyone to invest in education and invest in education in tourism. There is a huge opportunities, huge space, and a lot of possibilities to support youth and to make tourism sector more competitive. Thank you very much. Sorry for my long speech, but it's really emotional and it's really our challenge, I would say. And I just joined your panel, and many thanks, dear Deputy Prime Minister, for your support.
Didi Marloba Batanozora. Thank you for this. And thank you for reminding us that some of Uzbekistan's best ambassadors for the country are the people who work in the tourism industry and bring the incredible richness of this country to the attention of people from other countries in the world. Okay, the floor is now open for others to speak. Briefly, if you have something to say, please do so, but keep it, please, short, and please introduce yourself if you have something to say as well. Please.
Assalomu alaykum xonimlar va janoblar. Avvalambor mana shunday muhtasham saroyga kelib sizli insonlar bilan ko'rishdi. Juda ham katta baxt. Ushbu tashkilotchilarga o'z minnatdorchiligimni bildiraman. Men bu fursatdan foydalanib, mana hozirgina Nozim Husanovich janoblari aytib o'tdilar. Men Hojibo'layev va Ra'noxon Odilovna muhtaram prezidentimiz tomonidan joriy etilgan mahallalarda tadbirkorlikni rivojlantirish, aholi bandligini ta'minlash va kambag'allikni qisqartirish masalalari bo'yicha Farg'ona viloyati, Farg'ona shahri, Surtepa mahalla fuqarolar yig'iniga hokim yordamchisi lavozimiga faoliyat yuritaman. O'zim o'tgan davr mobaynida iqtisodiyot va moliya sohasida faoliyat yuritganman. Mana shu biz birinchi chorakda biz hokim yordamchilari mahallamizda xatlov jarayonini o'tkazganmiz. Mana shu xatlovda meni hududimda 154 nafar ishsiz fuqarolar aniqlangan bo'lsa, shulardan 111 nafarini mana shu kasb hunarga yo'naltirdim. Bugungi kunda bularda 56 nafari to'liq sertifikat olib, bandligi ta'minlandi. Qolgan 55 nafari hozirgi kunda o'qish jarayonlarida o'qishyapti. Bundan tashqari mana hozir kasanachilik bo'yicha gapirib o'tdilar hurmatli Nozim Husanov janoblari. Men hozir mana shu mahallamda bo'sh turgan binosida sektor rahbarlarining ko'magi bilan kooperatsiya tashkil qildim. Ushbu kooperatsiyada bugungi kunda mana shu mahallamizdagi ishsiz ayollarimizni kasanachilik usulida ularga yarim tayyor holda ish yetkazib berib, bugungi kunda ularda bandligi ta'minlandi. Yana bir qancha mana shu o'zini o'zi band qilish orqali gapiradigan bo'lsam, mana shu norasmiy sektorda faoliyat yuritayotgan fuqarolarimizni 300 dan ortig'ini bandligini ta'minlashga erishdik. Bu birgina mening mahallamda misolida. Shahrimizda 70 ta mahalla bor, viloyatimiz bo'yicha 1062 ta, respublikamiz bo'yicha 9000 dan ortig'ini aytadigan bo'lsak, bu juda katta natija. Bu muhtaram prezidentimizga o'z minnatdorchiligimizni bildiramiz. Bu mana shu muhtaram prezidentimiz biz hokim yordamchilariga manbani berdilar, yo'limni ko'rsatib berdilar. Biz faqat ijrochi. Mana shuni amalga oshirishda, muhtaram prezidentimizning islohotlarini amalga oshirishda mana shu maqsadimiz davlat siyosatini mahallaga tushirish bo'lar ekan, mana shu ko'prikni bevosita o'z hissamni qo'shayotganimdan men juda ham xursandman. Aholi bugungi kunda muhtaram prezidentimizga bo'lgan ishonchi juda ham ortib boryapti. Bu hokim yordamchilarini ta'sis etilishi bugungi kunda aholini juda ham bir kayfiyatini ko'tardi. Men shuni bir ozgina hozir gapirib o'tganlar uchun biz qilgan ishimizni gapirishda o'zimga qandaydir bir xursand bo'lib ketdim. Haqiqatdan ham bu o'zini amalini ko'rsatyapti. Mana shu ayollar daftari, mana temir daftari, yoshlar daftari bo'yicha mana subsidiyalar ajratilib, mana 15 nafar ayollarimizni subsidiya bo'yicha ularni ta'minladik. Hammalaringga rahmat aytmoqchiman. Sog' bo'linglar.
Прошу. Kata rahmat, thank you very much. It's important to hear from people who are actually doing this work in the field as well. Thank you. Are there other comments, brief, that can feed into the minister's final remarks to conclude the session? I don't see any hands raised. So, okay, you will be the last, and then we will turn to the ministers. Вам слово, пожалуйста.
Здравствуйте, меня зовут Шаира. Я из Хорезмской области, работаю помощником хакима. Я обращаюсь к здравоохранению. Хочу донести до вас благодарность наших людей, которые лечатся сейчас в недавно открытом центре гемодиализа. Нерва Плюс, который дал такую возможность нашим людям вовремя лечиться. По статистике, такие люди, которые получают диализ, оказывается, живут больше 10 лет. А в Узбекистане это 6-7 лет. Надеюсь, новое открытие вот таких центров продлит жизнь нашего населения тоже. Спасибо большое вам.
Well, thank you very much. Well, I have been informed that we are now so far behind schedule that we need to conclude now, and unfortunately that means that the ministers will not have time to respond to what we have heard. Please, ministers, please accept my apologies for not being a good enough moderator and not leaving you time. That having been said, I hope that the many excellent comments and suggestions that you've heard are useful for your work and something that you can take forward. So thank you very much for your time and participation in this. Thank you for representatives of international organizations for participating. And I certainly learned a lot, and my apologies for not being a better moderator. Thank you.
My name is Alexey Praznichnik from Eurasia Institute. It's a Belgium-based think tank with focus on competitiveness and public sector transformation. I am very excited, really excited today's discussion because we have a very important and very timely topic, and maybe more important, impressive panel. We have a representative from 3 groups, from the government, from the business, and from international organization. I'll call it triple helix of business environment. So I mean, all these 3 groups are working on business environment, providing their very specific overview and perspective. So it's very interesting discussion. So from the government, we have Alisher Karimov, who is the Deputy Minister of Justice. So, from business, we have Muzaffar Razakov, who is the Chief Executive Officer from Global Textile Group. We have Begzod Ashurov, also Chief Executive Officer from Bond Group. And we also have Hikmat Abdurrahmanov from Team University. And from international organization, probably we have all key international organizations here. Dominique Favre, Executive Director from World Bank. Alkis Drakinas, Head of Uzbekistan from European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, EBRD. We have Priyank Sood, Principal Private Sector Specialist from Asian Development Bank, ADB. And but not least, we have Tarek Sahovic, Senior Operation Officer from International Financial Corporation, IFC. Topic of our session today, as I mentioned, it's very timely. It's important not only for Uzbekistan and Central Asia, but also globally. And it's a time to rethink how business environment is ready for a new era driven by very transformative change, including sustainability, digital, and probably returning big state. And potential confirmation of it that 2 prominent international organizations, World Bank and World Economic Forum, have been measuring business environment during the last 20 years and producing famous Doing Business report and global competitiveness reports. I would say are also on some kind of crossroad and rethinking how they will work on business environment for the next decade. So I mean, it's a time to rethink what is a future-proof business environment. And during our session, we would like to discuss 2 sets of questions. First of all, what is the next generation business environment, and what is the key bottlenecks related to business environment here in Uzbekistan and more broadly in Central Asia? And second, very important question, how improve, I would say, government business environment management, and how to improve collaboration between business and government on business environment development. So 2 main questions, and I hope it will be very fruitful, very interesting discussion. So I would like to start our discussion with a question to Dominique from World Bank. And as I mentioned, World Bank has been pioneer in promoting business environment assessment. So Doing Business project was launched almost 20 years ago in 2002. And in 2003, World Bank produced first well-known Doing Business report. And last year, this report was discontinued, and currently World Bank is developing on new approach. So I mean, question for you, Dominic, what are the key pillars, what is the key aspect of this new next generation business environment, and what is the key trends aspect which are shaping business environment for the next decade, and especially here in Uzbekistan and Central Asia?
Thank you very much, Alexei. I would like to start by saying that I'm super delighted to be here. Thank you very much to the organizers. I'm sitting in the board of the World Bank, so I'm much more an all-rounder than a specialist. So for me, this panel will be, of course, also extremely interesting. So I'm very much looking forward to hearing you all later on. To your question, Alexei, I mean, it's true that the World Bank, the WEF, but there are also other actors are measuring the business environment. There are these stellar publications that we had, like the Doing Business report. You were also mentioning the World Economic Forum Global Competitiveness Index, and there are others. These publications are extremely helpful to help identify the entry barriers, market distortions, binding constraints to firms, and especially, and this is the most important, to support governments in taking the decisions, improving, doing the reforms when it comes to have more business competitiveness and expand investment opportunities in their own countries. So I am convinced that we need data for development, so I'm very happy to see that there are these business regulation surveys that are more and more published. You were talking about the Doing Business report that was discontinued last year in September 21. There were some data irregularities. I think it was really a very good decision to stop, to pause, to discontinue, and to think at it, think through it. And I know that management, not only the chief economist and his team, but really all the different entities of the World Bank were working on a new model, on a new idea of measuring business environment. They have called this the business enabling environment, so it's called BEE now. You may have seen a concept note, the first concept note that was published a few months ago on internet, and that was then discussed among many actors. There were, I think all the governments were consulted, also through the board, of course. There was quite an interaction with the board, but there were on the concept note, on the first one, there were 2,000 comments from 400 entities or governments or important actors in this field. And so this new concept, the business enabling environment, will be published very soon. I think it's really now a question of weeks or days. So please stay tuned and look at the internet page of the World Bank. What I can say, it will again be a flagship report. It will again be a report that will concentrate on the regulatory framework and on public service provision to ensure the complementarity with also other instruments. So there will still be room for other instruments. The website will present all these instruments, but will also present, of course, the BEE, and together you will then have a kind of one-stop shop where you can have all the information needed to foster competitiveness in your country or to attract foreign investments. What is needed, you asked, to define a healthy next generation business environment? The experts are here. They know exactly what companies are calling for. Maybe on my side, of course, I can be very short: transparent, inclusive, predictable, efficient policies and regulatory practices which allow to unlock the potential of attracting business and private sector. It will also need maybe more digitalization, also at the government level, so that it becomes more easy for the companies also to have all the paperwork done virtually now, and to receive the required permits. And maybe, if you allow, it's a bit a pet issue for me, so I would like to finish with a particular point that I think will be important in future in business environment, and this is to have a bit a stronger gender approach in the policies that we have. Women's participation in the labor market definitely drives economic business growth. We have seen the World Bank publish also a report. It's called the World Bank's Women, Business and the Law report. I invite you to look at it, the 2022 publication, and there it's written that, for instance, for the region of Europe and Central Asia, there could be a kind of 1.1 trillion additional GDP a year, which is 23% of the regional GDP could be gained by having a better inclusion of women in businesses. You all know the big picture, the big figure that comes from, I think, the ILO, saying that the global wealth would increase by as much as 160 trillion if we would have same salaries and more women participating in companies. So this was just a bracket and a parenthesis. Back to you, Alexei.
Thank you for such context for our discussion. My next question goes to Alisher, Deputy Ministry of Justice. Over the last year, government of Uzbekistan has implemented ambitious reform agenda for improving business environment for local businesses, for international investors, etc. And your ministry is probably one of the key ministries which is responsible mostly for institutional reform, regulatory transformation, etc. My question for you, what are the key, I would say, results, key achievements from previous wave of reform, and maybe more interesting, what is the current bottlenecks and what would be your next reform agenda for improving business environment?
Rahmat. Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari. Juda ham dolzarb savollarni qo'ydingiz. Birinchi masala, albatta to'g'ri ta'kidladingiz. Oxirgi 5 yil davomida yurtimizda keng ko'lamli islohotlar amalga oshirilyapti. Shulardan ayrimlaridagi erishilgan natijalarga to'xtalmoqchi edim. Birinchisi bu yer munosabatlari bilan bog'liq masalalar. Ya'ni yer munosabatlarini fuqarolik munosabatlarini teng huquqli predmetiga aylantirish va ushbu jarayonda ishtirok etayotgan biznes vakillari, umuman aholiga uni yoki davlat organ tashkilotlariga ajratish tartibini aniq belgilab berish. Ya'ni bu jarayonga shaffof mexanizmlarni joriy etish bo'yicha huquqiy asoslar yaratildi va bu borada amaliy choralar amalga oshirilmoqda. Birinchi navbatda davlatimiz rahbari prezidentimizni alohida farmonlari bilan yagona tartib belgilandi. Endi bu o'tgan yil qabul qilingandi. Xususiy sektorga, ya'ni biznesga yer uchastkalari faqat mulk huquqi yoki ijara huquqi asosida onlayn auksion asosida ajratiladi. Ya'ni ikkita holat. Qishloq xo'jaligiga mo'ljallanmagan yer uchastkalari ochiq onlayn elektron auksion asosida, qishloq xo'jaligiga mo'ljallangan yer uchastkalari ochiq tanlov asosida, u ham elektron tizim orqali ajratilishi belgilandi. Davlat organlariga yoki davlat tashkilotlariga, o'zini o'zi boshqarish organlariga ham yer ajratish masalalari bo'yicha aniq bir tartib mavjud emas edi, yondashuv. Shuning uchun uni ham aniq tartibi belgilandi. Davlat organlari, tashkilotlari va o'zini o'zi boshqarish organlariga doimiy foydalanish huquqi asosida yer uchastkalari ajratiladi. Mahalliy hokimliklarni, ya'ni tuman shahar hokimliklarini yer uchastkalarini ajratish bilan bog'liq barcha vakolatlari bekor qilindi. Ya'ni bunga asosiy sabablardan biri amaliyotda ko'plab tadbirkorlarimiz ham duch kelgan turli ortiqcha byurokratiya va korrupsiya elementlarini mavjudligi edi. Endi shu yer masalalarini gapirganda yana bir narsaga e'tiboringizlarni qaratmoqchi edim. Bizda eng og'riqli oxirgi yillardagi masalalardan biri bu qo'shtirnoq ichida snos masalasi edi. Ya'ni yer uchastkalariga qaysidir huquq asosida egalik qiluvchi aholi yoki tadbirkorlik subyektlari uni ustida bo'lgan inshootlarini, bino inshootlarini davlat ehtiyojlari uchun olib qo'yish masalasi, majburiy olib qo'yish masalasi. Bu borada ham yagona huquqiy tartibga solinmagandi. Ushbu munosabatlarni huquqiy tartibga yetarlicha solinmaganligi oqibatida O'zbekiston Respublikasini xalqaro reytinglardagi ushbu yo'nalishdagi baholari ham salbiy edi. Ya'ni quyi pog'onalardan egallagandik. Bu masalaga butunlay boshqacha yangicha yondashuv bo'ldi. Ya'ni bu masalalarni tartibga solish qonun darajasiga chiqarildi. Endi o'sha yer uchastkalarini jamoat ehtiyojlari uchun kompensatsiyaga evaziga olib qo'yish to'g'risidagi alohida qonun qabul qilindi. Ushbu qonun 1 oktyabrdan boshlab yuridik kuchga kirdi. Bu qonundagi asosiy masalalar e'tibor qaratmoqchi edim. Oldingidan farqli ravishda hozirda yer uchastkalari faqat davlat ehtiyojlari uchun emas, balki jamoat ehtiyojlari uchun olib qo'yiladi. Ya'ni xalqni manfaatidan kelib chiqib, jamoatchilik manfaatidan kelib chiqib olib qo'yilishi mumkin. Ikkinchi masala, o'sha olib qo'yiladigan holatlarni aniq tugal ro'yxati belgilandi. Qaysi holatlarda olib qo'yish mumkin? Uchinchi masala, bu juda ham murakkab tartib belgilandi. Ya'ni bu o'sha yerga egalik qiluvchini huquqlarini kafolatlash maqsadida. Ya'ni oldingidan farqli ravishda ya'ni ijro organi rahbari, ya'ni hokimlarni qaroriga asosan yer uchastkalari olib qo'yilgan bo'lsa, hozirda bu vakolat ulardan bekor qilindi va xalq vakillari bo'lmish mahalliy tuman shahar kengashlariga berildi. Birinchidan, ushbu yer uchastkasini olib qo'yish tashabbusi bilan chiqayotgan davlat organi avvalo uni o'sha ehtiyojlarga to'g'ri keladimi, yo'qmi asoslab berish kerak va boshqa yer uchastkasida uni amalga oshira olmasligi masalasini ham asoslab bergandan keyin hokim kengash tegishli qaror qabul qilingandan so'ng ushbu masala ochiq muhokamaga qo'yiladi. Ya'ni o'sha hududda yashovchi jamoatchilik bilan ochiq muloqot qilish va ularni roziligini olish orqali amalga oshiriladi. Yana bir masalaga e'tiboringizga qaratmoqchi edim. Ushbu yer uchastkalari kompensatsiya to'liq ta'minlangandan keyingina olib qo'yilishi mumkin. O'sha qabul qilinadigan barcha jarayonlardagi qabul qilinadigan qarorlar adliya organlari bilan kelishilishi va ularning ijobiy xulosasi olinishi masalalari belgilandi. Bundan tashqari yer uchastkasini tegishli qaror qabul qilingandan keyin ham 6 oy muhlat beriladi o'sha yerga egalik qiluvchi shaxsga. Buni nima uchun men sizlarga kengroq tushuntirishga harakat qildim? Bu qonunda belgilangan jarayon o'ylaymanki kelgusida o'sha mulk huquqi egalarining huquqlarini kafolatini ta'minlashga qaratiladi. Yana bir narsaga e'tiboringizga qaratmoqchi edim. Bu mahalliy davlat hokimiyati organlari tomonidan qarorlar qabul qilishda oldin yagona bir tizim mavjud emas. Ya'ni qonunbuzarlik holatlari mavjud edi, korrupsiyaviy elementlar mavjud edi. Hozirda buni ham bir yagona qaror tizimi joriy qilindi. Hozirgi kunda endi mahalliy davlat organlari faqatgina ushbu tizimda tegishli qarorni qabul qiladi. Agar ushbu elektron tizimda qabul qilinmagan qarorlar yuridik kuchga ega emas. Ushbu qarorlar doimiy ravishda jamoatchilik tomonidan ham keng ochiq ko'rib borilishi mumkin. Qaysi qarorlar qabul qilinyapti va adliya organlari tomonidan u doimiy monitoring amalga oshiriladi, ya'ni qonuniyligi jihatdan o'rganib boriladi. Agar noqonuniy qaror qabul qilinadigan bo'lsa, tegishli taqdimnoma kiritish orqali ularni bekor qilish mumkin. Yana bir katta yo'nalishdagi amalga oshirilgan ishlar bu tadbirkorlik subyektlari to'qnash keladigan litsenziyalash va ruxsat berish masalalari bilan bog'liq. Ushbu sohada ham bizning qonunchiligimiz juda ham tarqoq edi va munosabatlarda ortiqcha tartibga solish yuklari mavjud edi. Ushbu soha tizimli o'rganildi va alohida yagona qonun qabul qilindi va unda asosiy belgilangan masalalarga e'tiboringizga qaratmoqchi edim. Hozir ushbu qonun уже amalda ishlayapti. Birinchi masala litsenziyalar yoki ruxsat berish tartib-taomillarni yagona ro'yxati ushbu qonun bilan tasdiqlandi. Ya'ni hozirgi kunda shu 59 ta litsenziya, 120 ta ruxsat berish tartib-taomili belgilandi. Qonunda nazarda tutilmagan hech qaysi litsenziya yoki ruxsat berish turlarini joriy qilish taqiq qo'yildi. Bundan tashqari yana bitta masalaga aytmoqchi edim. Yangi xabardor qilish tartib-taomili kiritildi. Bu juda ham yangi tizim, ya'ni biz kerak bo'lsa yangilik deyishimiz mumkin, chunki tadbirkorlik subyekti hozirda 20 ta faoliyat turi bo'yicha davlat organini xabardor qilgan holda bemalol faoliyatini amalga oshirishi mumkin. Endi muammolar haqida to'xtaladigan bo'lsak, albatta muammolar yetarli. Birinchi masala bu biznesni tartibga solish jarayonidagi qonunchilik inflyatsiyasi deyishimiz mumkin, ya'ni haddan ortiq tartibga solish yukini ko'pligi. Ya'ni qonunchilik hujjatlarimizni ko'pligi. Bu borada nima ishlar amalga oshiryapti? Biza bu muammoni bartaraf etish uchun tizimli ravishda, ya'ni qonunchilikni tizimlashtirish, o'sha sohani tartibga soluvchi hujjatlarni kamaytirish, ya'ni tartibga solish gilyotinasi usulidan foydalangan holda ishlar olib boryapmiz. Hozirgi kunda 900 ta prezident qarori, ya'ni o'z ahamiyatini eskirgan, o'z ahamiyatini yo'qotgan prezident qarorlari, 2000 ga yaqin hukumat qarorlari va 400 ga yaqin vazirlik idoralari hujjatlari bekor qilindi. Albatta bu ishlar davom ettiriladi. Kelgusida 5 yillik rejalar tasdiqlangan. Yana bir masala bu muammolar qonunchilik hujjatlarida korrupsiyaviy normalarning mavjudligi. Bu juda katta muammo. Shuning uchun biz kelgusi 5 yillikka dastur tasdiqlaganmiz. O'sha dastur doirasida amaldagi qonunchilikni o'rganib chiqib, undagi korrupsiyaviy omillarni bartaraf etish masalasi. Bundan tashqari eng muhim masalalardan biri bu mulk huquqini himoyasi, kafolati. Mulk huquqini kafolatini ta'minlash bu juda ham dolzarb masala. Shu yaqinda mana bir oy oldin davlatimiz rahbarining 198-sonli farmoni qabul qilindi. Unda bir qator masalalar belgilab berdi. Ya'ni mulk huquqini kafolatini belgilab beruvchi. Bu birinchidan mulk huquqini vujudga keltiruvchi har qanday yuridik hujjatni, ma'muriy hujjatni bekor qilish faqatgina sud qarori asosida amalga oshirilishi belgilandi. Oldin tegishli davlat organi uni bekor qilish vakolatlari edi, hozir faqatgina sud emas. Ikkinchisi bu xalqaro rivojlangan davlatlarda ham qo'llaniladigan torrens institutini joriy qilinishi. Ya'ni bu nima degani? Bu davlat organining ma'lumotlariga asoslangan holda qaysidir mulk bilan bog'liq xatti-harakatlarni sodir etgan subyektga nisbatan kelgusida shu huquq bilan bog'liq muammolar kelib chiqsa, davlat tomonidan kafolatli kompensatsiya ta'minlab berish masalasi. Bundan tashqari yana mulk huquqi bilan bog'liq eng asosiy masala bizda qonunchilik juda ham eskirgandi. Biza shu mulkdorlarning huquqlarini kafolatini ta'minlash bo'yicha alohida qonun darajasidagi hujjatni yaratib va unda hozirgi kun talablariga javob beradigan norma qoidalarni belgilab berishni maqsad qilganmiz. Rahmat.
Thank you very much for your such extensive picture. So my next question I would like to ask the business community, because your companies are such as a bright representative of, I would say, two key industries, and business as a customer for the business environment. And my question is for you, what is you stopping your companies developing faster, or what is the maybe key business environment bottlenecks for your particular industries, and what would be the next wave of reforms?
It's me, right? Okay. Yeah. Alexei, thank you very much for the question. Before answer the question, I would like to just I would propose to compare two situations. Before and after, before the reforms and after the reforms, or during the reforms. It's, let's say, beginning of 2016, end of 2015. What we do have in our industry, I can speak only in name of our industry, in name of our company and business, in textile and cotton industry. We had a cotton pledge, means completely boycott all of our textile products and raw cotton as well, cotton fiber. We had a enormous problem with child labor and forced labor, and we had the generations who really passed so many school hours in the field, and we had a really very dramatic crisis situation in the agro-industrial, in the agrosphere. And if you will compare with the figures, at the end we could roughly export only around 800 million. For $800 million, the export of cotton fiber. This was the situation before the changes. Changes come, and I'm representing the company, Global Textile Group. This is a result of these changes. We are one of the leaders and biggest cotton textile cluster, and we have covered all value and technological chain. What we have to do this today, lifted cotton pledge. We had no labor, forced labor and child labor. We attracted more than 200 million direct investment into our industry. We built state-of-the-art technologies, our all plants in ginning, in weaving, in knitting, in dyeing, in printing, in garment industry, in garment sphere. And I would say this is the result of these changes and this reform. And back to your question, what stopping to develop our company further, this is, I can tell, this is the derivative out of this transformation. This is this transformation from old to new system. I can just tell you a couple significant areas where we need immensely action. This is the, of course, reforms, keeping reforms in agro-industrial sphere, because we have immense problem with soil. We have with irrigation, with water management, we have with crop, with yields, with many other stuff in agro-industry. Yeah. What we do have next significant challenges, we are trying to master this. This is the awareness about the Uzbekistan as a developing, stable sourcing country for textile products. This is the second, our biggest challenge where we are trying to deal with. Third biggest challenge, what we are experiencing today, this is the transportation. We are, in the world, there are only 2 double landlocked countries, and Uzbekistan is one of them. And from one side, I'm very much proud of this fact, but as a business person, our logistic costs, our transportation costs has been tripled recent couple of years. And of course, it has a big impact on our margin level, etc. And of course, we are on the crossroad between Orient and Occident, between North and South, and we need to find solution how we can reach the biggest markets, world markets in the textile. Third biggest significant challenge is in our industry currently. This is the quality, high quality standards. We have a very, I would say, expensive raw material. We have very expensive technologies. We invested a lot as a country in the textile industry. We have very good people, and we need to produce the high quality textile. This is but to produce the high quality and to meet high quality standard in textile, we need the knowledge, we need an experience, we need the experts, and it takes time. And this is one of the biggest challenges where we are dealing with this. And if we will overcome or we will master in the next couple of years these all challenges and turn to good business opportunities, I think we will be pretty successful. Yeah.
Great, thank you. The same question for Begzod. What are particular, I would say, bottlenecks and challenges for your industry and for your company? Each can be the same, or it can be very industry specific. How is a healthy business environment for your business?
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you very much for your invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. I am almost an investor into Uzbekistan as well, because I've lived so many years abroad. I decided to move back to Uzbekistan 4 years ago after seeing so many positive changes within our economy, within the government, and therefore spotting the opportunities in the local market. In terms of reforms, we've had major reforms which have had a great effect into our industry. We operate in the hospitality industry. We are one of the biggest retail. We have a lot of shops, and also we have a large manufacturing part of our business as well, where we produce all natural products, including 100% natural chocolates products, etc. Coming back to the reforms, one of the biggest reforms we've had is the VAT. Well, it's more of the future, I would say. The government is planning to reduce VAT from 15% to 12% at the beginning of next year, which will, I am pretty sure, stimulate a lot of transparency within the economy, and especially in the hospitality industry, which is great for us, great for the government, and great for the potential investors within our economy, because they would like to see more transparency within our business operations, within everything which we do. Second thing which we're seeing is the positive changes in a way that government is now supporting hospitality industry even more after the pandemic. So the government has reduced the employers' social security tax from 12% to 1%, which will encourage, again, more transparency in terms of opening up and showing the 100% or close to 100% of their actual salaries of the employees. But what's even more greater is the employees will have the chance to utilize more of the new financial services, such as credits, mortgages. This industry is only developing for our employees, which is great to see, because obviously they have limited funds to afford housing, etc. So this will stimulate more official salaries and therefore more access to the new financial models. Also, another challenge we're facing is the labor quality. We are a relatively new industry to Uzbekistan as hospitality. Although hospitality was within our blood, we do love to be as hospitable as we can with everyone, but it is still relatively new to us on a professional level, which is great because we have a huge potential to grow, because 60% of our population is below 30 years old, which means we still have a huge room for if we educate them properly, we have a huge room for improvement in that sector. And then yes, in terms of investments for the future, another problem, or the solution of this education will no doubtably help to cover the training training problems which we have in the industry. And it's great to see in the previous forum that there's the Swiss schools come in, which is great because they are the leaders, and it's not just the Swiss, but there's a French come in as well, hopefully with the La Golden Blue, which will no doubtably help us to get better and therefore achieve better quality labor market and better quality services, etc. Thank you.
Because thank you very much. It's a very nice link to the next speaker. So my next question to Hikmat.
Yes.
And you have, I would say, two different roles. First, as entrepreneur, it's popular term today, social entrepreneur who is developing private university business. And from another side, of course, you are skills and solution for the labor shortage problem. So, and from your entrepreneurial role, it's interesting, what is the business environment for such social entrepreneurship? Because I would say we can solve, to kill two birds with one stone. I mean, if such business environment would be attractive for you, that probably it will be much less problem in educational sectors. So I mean, how is the business environment for such social business, I would say, social entrepreneurship in Uzbekistan and maybe Central Asia?
Thank you, Alexei, for a very interesting question. Indeed, we think that even in the social areas, business can be much more effective than the state. And I think state really realized that by inviting private sector in traditionally state-dominated enterprises and industries, state and the society is enjoying its immediate benefits. Prior to 2016, there were no private universities at all in Uzbekistan. It was a rare case when private schools existed. So according to my estimations, it was less than 1%. before 2016. As we know, there are around 10,000 schools in the country, so less than 1% is less than 100 schools around, along the whole country. And I think the presence of the political will, understanding that state on itself cannot reform the country, cannot be more prosperous, was the point when really, speaking again about the importance of the human capital, things started to change. When we started this journey, it was really tough to get the license done, understand the requirements of the government, and overall go through the procedures. And I think that's normal because when you just come to the place where there was no rules of the game, there were no private universities, for the government itself it was difficult to understand what should be the requirements, especially when the whole higher education industry overall in the world is changing. But gladly, we got our government decree, we got our license, and we are enjoying a very liberal environment in higher education as private institution. There are rare cases when regulators come and have something to adjust or change. I think this is really great, and we are really thankful for the government to trusting private sector, doing our job properly. And the only condition was that we should do that in partnership with global universities that are part of top 1,000. And we did so. So we brought a university that is ranked in different rankings, but most reputable rankings, they were around 500 on 600 place. So they are definitely qualifying according to the requirements of the government. And that really allows us to be confident. Although as private sector representatives, we never had any experience in running universities, but thanks to that partnership, we are feeling quite comfortable without any government interference or the interference of the state as a regulator. We feel that we are creating something new that didn't exist before in this country. And we see very big interest from the private sector, international organizations, even the ministries to interact and learn and engage. Currently, there are around 50 private universities in Uzbekistan. I think this is great. And to my subjective opinion, I think all these new projects are very different, and they are experimenting. They are trying to find their own, as we say, target audience in the market, as we say it in business. Yes, it's more expensive than state universities. The average check for the annual education among the private universities is somewhere between $2,000 and $3,000. If you compare it with the region, it is, I would say, affordable, because we know that education, private education in the region might be even more expensive. It is more expensive definitely than the state education. But again, as there is an expression says, people vote with their own feet. If they come to you, it means that they trust you. So I think this should be the best rule of the game in future as well. And state, I think, realizes that if we suck, if we do something wrong, our students would just leave the university. And that's the best criteria for the quality of education. And unfortunately, we see a very big wave of our youth leaving the country in general. So I can say that we are not competing with the state universities. We are competing with the global universities to keep our students in the country. The fact that students, the kids or graduates of the schools are leaving the country is not bad at all as well, because they are looking for the best education possible around the world. And I think that's definitely the result of the globalization. But I think this is definitely a strong signal to the state universities that they should be more competitive. And again, the overall motto of today and yesterday discussion was that we should invest into people, that human capital is the most important one. So summarizing my thoughts, I definitely can say that we are enjoying very liberal state, very liberal environment. I would like government organizations, encourage them to stay as liberal as they are, and trust the students, trust the stakeholders, as they say, the parents, And if we do something wrong, the customer, the beneficiary, will make their own assumption and conclusions and do their vote. So that's the answer briefly to your question.
Thank you very much. It's also very linked to the next question. So from our experience working in business environment, there is one simple, I would say, lesson that business environment is not the same for each company and for each industry. Very often it's very industry specific, and there are some black spots where I have to look more carefully on it. And for example, entrepreneurship and small and medium size, I would say, companies are very often the, I would say, segment of economy where business environment not so attractive, not so healthy, etc. So my next question to Priyanka from Asian Development Bank, because it's an international organization which is very actively working on this topic. So my question for you, building on your experience on Uzbekistan, on maybe in Central Asia, what are the key bottlenecks and challenges in business environment, in particular for entrepreneurship, and maybe particular for youth entrepreneurship, which are especially relevant and important topic for Uzbekistan?
Thank you, Alexei, and a very good afternoon to everybody. So I think many of the challenges that SMEs or small businesses face have already been mentioned by several of the co-panelists here. And you know, SMEs are a very important economic driver of the economy, not just in Uzbekistan, but also in most countries in the world. Here they constitute about 50% of GDP. In the EU, small businesses comprise upwards of, I think, 95% of the economy. So that tells you just how important small businesses are and why it's necessary for governments to create that enabling environment for SMEs and entrepreneurship to flourish. You know, it's interesting that along with the focus that the government is putting on reforming state-owned enterprises, on privatization and on PPP, so the big businesses, it is also focusing on creating this enabling environment for small and medium-sized enterprises. So based on our experience, I mean, what I would like to say is that there's this tendency to think mistakenly that finance is the only sort of constraint to small businesses. For sure, that's a very important constraint, and it should be dealt with. And you know, as IFIs, international financial institutions, we help governments address that constraint. But there are other elements of that environment which need to be addressed in parallel, most times in parallel and simultaneously. And these reforms range from, you know, improving the regulatory environment for small businesses, making sure that there's not too much of administrative burden on them from the government side. Government services that are being provided to them are more streamlined, and they don't have to sort of go from one ministry to the other just looking for X, Y, and Z service. So basically, there are a slew of elements that constitute the conducive environment for small businesses that have to be developed, improved, strengthened in parallel, so that these small businesses can contribute more effectively to the economy. They can become part of the formal economy rather than remaining in the informal part of the economy. They can get linked to global value chains. They can make use of digitalization more effectively and therefore improve their productivity, etc. So it's a whole spectrum of reforms and initiatives that is needed to improve the environment for small businesses. From ADB's standpoint, I mean, you heard the minister and the other panelists give you a very nice picture of what the government has already done in terms of improving this environment, reducing tax rates, subsidizing transport costs, rationalizing some of the tax rates. But there are, from ADB's standpoint, because we see the necessity for handling some of these things in parallel, we are trying to support the government of Uzbekistan quite like we have been supporting some of the other countries in the region through what we call policy-based lending. Currently, we have a $200 million loan to the government with a 250,000 technical assistance also attached to it, where we have divided, sort of categorized the reforms that are needed under 4 pillars. So essentially, these would be streamlining the government services that are provided to SMEs, the information flow, information about export markets, training, etc. Then expanding the range of financial instruments that SMEs can access, facilitating trade and digitalization, and one of the things that my panelists mentioned, ensuring that the right skill set is available to these SMEs. So it's through, as an IFI and as ADB, this is the format and platform through which we are currently supporting the government of Uzbekistan, and this is also based on our experience in many other parts of the world, Asia, Southeast Asia, and the critical thing is there are many reforms that need to be handled in parallel so that SMEs can become more effective contributors to the economy. I'm sorry, I don't know if you have time about the youth entrepreneurship question, but sure, it's a challenge. There are lots of youth that are not going to school, are not employed, but that's also an opportunity, and it's for governments can do certain things to basically make use of that underutilized capacity, if you will. There can be, there are these, programs where you give awards and all to youth, but I think if you really have to scale this up, it has to be a very systematic and a coordinated effort. Yeah. Thank you.
Priyanka, thank you very much. One of the key difficulties, especially for the government working on business environment improvement, that is a business environment is quite comprehensive. It's not only one stuff or regulation or finance, etc. So it's very necessary to have very pragmatic, comprehensive picture, comprehensive understanding of the business environment. My next question will be for Alkis from European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and of course, the business environment is comprehensive, but money is money. So it's access to finance and sophisticated, diversified financial services may be one of the key, one of the most important pillar, I would say, for business environment. And of course, your organization is a prominent international financial institute, and you are working with entrepreneurs, with companies, with the largest and medium infrastructure projects. So my question is, what is the current state of financial pillar, and can it be improved and ready for the next generation business environment?
Dear Alexei, thank you very much for the question. Actually, we've heard a lot about other reforms. Land reform is one, tax reform is another one. All these are components of, let's say, if we compare the economy to a human body, these are parts, brains, hands, arms, legs, everything. And the banking system and its function and access to finance, maybe allow me to compare with the heart and the vessels, and what is pumping money is like pumping blood and oxygen into the remaining part of the economy. And you are right, and all speakers are right. We have to have an holistic approach. So for the authorities, trying to make an enabling business environment for the economy to flourish is, of course, a big challenge, but also a task to have an holistic approach and look at these reforms one after the other and combine together. So focusing on the banking system and the pumping of finance and access to finance, first it is a key priority for the EBRD. The EBRD is an institution where access to finance is definitely in Uzbekistan part of our country strategy, but also part of our country strategies in all 38 countries of operation. We have been working quite a lot and either directly with banks, trying to help them become institutionally more strong, in providing liquidity or in some cases convertible debt to increase their capital adequacy ratios, coming up with products like risk-sharing facilities which allow the banks to manage their available capital better and saving funds for more lending. Always the aim is to reach the small and medium enterprises. Actually, according to if we keep the EU definition that is actually in our DNA, most of the companies here, with the exception of some very large state-owned enterprises, go through, fall under this EU definition of SMEs, below $50 million euro turnover and things like that. So working with SMEs and pumping money into them, providing access to finance is a key element for us, and we are trying to do it either directly or through banks. Our priorities, because a lot of we're going to make link also with what colleagues have said, financing women entrepreneurship is a key element for our priorities, is a key element I understand also from the priorities from the state side, and we cannot leave 50% of the brain capacity of the state unemployed or unused in an experiment that we do, in an effort that we all do together to grow the economy and have a bright future for the whole population. Also for the youth. I mean, this country is producing about 600,000 graduates of high school every year. And in a few years' time, that will be 1 million, right? And this will be, is already a big challenge. In other countries where I come from, and birth rate is not so prominent, we have an opposite problem. Right? But here is to grow the economy is a must, to provide jobs, security, and a bright future. So access to finance is one way to do it. The other reforms that colleagues have mentioned are, additional measures and visionary initiatives towards to that direction. I would like to say that some problems we have here is we would like to strengthen the private ownership in the banking sector. And we would like to also see more digital banking. So for these two fronts, we have already started work. So there is, we are a shareholder together with our partners, the IFC, on TBC Bank, which is a digital bank. It's a new player in the market. And they are providing good access to finance for young people, providing, banking or mobile banking, things that are new and absolutely needed in the market. Then we are making a good effort, but based on what the reforms of the authorities are providing, to increase the confidence in the banking sector. So to make access for the population to trust the banks more, to bring their money out of the matters in the banking system, to make the gray part of the economy much smaller, actually diminish it, kill it if possible, bring everything into, the light. That's also something that we are working on, but it will take time. But increasing the trust on the banking is something that we do together with the central bank as the regulator, protecting the capital, making openings for access to finance in the small and medium enterprises, and also trying to get out of the bad habit of directed lending for big state-owned enterprises is also a key to the work that we are working, that we are already making big efforts alongside the authorities. Last point is fintech, right? Fintech is on e-commerce, is very important, and also not only that, also developing payment systems is something that is actually right now very important. It is happening, it is growing in the country, in Uzbekistan. The platforms are there, the environment is conducive, and then this is, one more component in the effort of reforming the banking system, the access to finance, and bringing the economy together with the other reforms to the goal that we all have. Thank you.
Alke, thank you very much. My next question for Tarek from International Finance Corporation. And as we previously discussed, the business environment are not the same for each company and industries, and you're particularly working with international companies, I would say on a topic related to attraction international companies and international investors. So, and my question is, how is the attractive and competitive business environment, particular for foreign direct investors and investments, and there are any, I would say, gaps, because very often government is trying to solve this problem quite easily to create free economic zone as oasis for foreign investors. I mean, how is business environment particular for, I would say, this type of businesses?
Thanks a lot. So I will focus on 5 pillars that are important for FDIs, and I think they can help a lot in ambitious government plans to attract significant FDIs. The first thing is the current investment law needs to be enhanced. The current law does not provide for adequate investor protection. It's, in some instances, is way too restrictive or excessive, and plus mixes public and private investments. We need a law on private investments, not a public investments. It's a very different ballgame. And then there should be a provisions allowing investors on fair and equitable settlement of the disputes, including arbitration or international arbitration, not just the local courts. We are talking about FDIs, and you need to build this trust first. And the last point on this is the investment aftercare needs to be significantly improved. I mean, the Uzbekistan Investment Promotion Agency start doing this, but you really need to enhance this more, this aftercare, like show the investors government cares for you, because reinvestments can be the big source of investments. The second pillar is government did a lot of work in the right direction to improve the business environment, but more work is needed. We still have 49 inspection bodies. That's excessive. There are not risk-based inspections. There is no, digital electronic inspection management system. So further enhancement of digitizing inspections, reducing inspection agencies, using the risk-based would significantly reduce the cost of doing business. Same goes with licensing and inspections. The Deputy Minister rightfully said the numbers have been reduced, but we still have multiple spravkas, approvals, consents, certifications that are all permit type documents, and they are not digital. There is amazing, government started, there is an e-license portal. Use it, expand it. Digitize all the permissive document, government to business services, because for investors, but this can also help domestic, applying online, paying online, getting their licenses and permits online without interacting with the government much. It's amazing. That helps to build the confidence and the trust in the government. I would mention then 3 other things that can be significant sources of FDI going forward. One is, and you mentioned, Alexei, special economic zones. In Uzbekistan, they are not producing results. Very miserable results. In the past 10 years, we have 20+ zones, but they are not attracting FDIs. And moreover, there are no spillovers to the local economy. The regulation needs to be completely revamped. There are good practice examples. We need to have one clear law that allows for the private sector developer operator to actually develop and operate the zone, which is not possible now. Government is now footing the bill. Government is paying for all the development of the zones, while in best practices, 75% of the costs are paid by the private sector. And then private sector works on attracting tenants to the zone, working in the zones. So this complete set needs to be revamped into one transparent, clear regulation that will allow for this. Another big point, and I think the EBRD mentioned also this, and other colleagues previously, talking about e-commerce, startups, but it's all part of venture capital, private equity ecosystem, which just started. You know, I think in this year, the whole venture capital ecosystem can maybe, you know, invest 25 million. You know, that's peanuts. 25 million is one small startup. So developing this venture capital, private equity ecosystem, which means changing probably 7, 8 laws and regulations, government programs to be more streamlined, support programs to be streamlined, entrepreneurship, skills building. We talked about youth development. This also needs to be enhanced. And that can be massive source of FDI coming in, because then will be trust created in the system. And then, of course, lead to job creation and everything. And then the final point I want to make, it's you know, obvious, and I think there was a big topic, and even the Deputy Prime Minister Kuchkarov mentioned, the government effort for privatizations. Please continue restructuring of the banks, enterprises, and the privatization. That can also bring big FDIs, technology spillovers, and changes into the economy. So I will stop here. Sorry if I was a bit lengthy.
Okay, thank you very much. So, I mean, we had a very intensive discussion about what is the business environment, what is the potential bottlenecks, and we have, unfortunately, not so much time. But anyway, so we would like a little bit cover second question, how to implement business environment reforms. So it's less, I would say, visible, but very important topic. What would be more efficient business environment management or steering, I would say it more correctly. And one of the key elements from international practice, etc., it's very fruitful, very trustful, and efficient communication between business and government. And my last question will be for our business leaders. How business could be, I would say, more proactive, more efficient, providing feedbacks, new ideas for the government, or maybe even co-developing new reforms. So, I mean, do you see any opportunity for improving this kind of business environment management in Uzbekistan?
Yeah, knowing that we are standing between the lunch for those who are rest here.
Yes, it's a very difficult competition, definitely. We are finishing
We're not
soon.
going to compete, and I'll just limit myself by one sentence. Reduce the presence of the government. I fully support what has been said previously. And allow private sector to be bigger. Pay their taxes, and government just create the level playing field. And I'm sure that the business will be stronger, it will trust the government more, and the business will be able to, you know, coordinate among themselves. Obviously, creation of private associations, because unfortunately we still lack strong voice of the business. We have those panels, which is great. This is already a big advancement, we have to admit. But if we want this to be more systemic, it shouldn't be just 1 or 2 opinion leaders or people saying. It has to be a big work of the business associations without any affiliation to the state, without any affiliation to any agencies, just those private think tanks, private business associations who will pay their annual memberships and demand from the associations to their voice to be advocated and communicated in a proper way. So it's a great encouragement for the Ministry of Justice and the rest of the ministries. Obviously, it's not just one effort of the one ministry, it's the whole government that should trust the business and allow us to be stronger and unite according to our interests. There are a lot of new clubs, business clubs, which are working without any registrations. It is so great, it's a new culture now, but I think it should not replace the traditional work of the business associations and those proper analytical, institutions that formulate their opinions and make their voices heard. That's all.
So, yes, Muzaffar, what is your idea?
Yeah, in addition to my colleague Hikmat, we are actually from same alumni, from Diplomacy University. I would just add to that speech that I have observed one thing in the Uzbek government. As much people, young, new generation, especially with foreign graduation, are involved in the government as a government officials, I am observing that we're receiving much more understanding and openness and readiness for dialogue. And I have many my friends working on the other side of, let's say, our common goals. And I'm very much comfortable to openly tell about my problems and provide my thoughts, ideas. And my wish would be to increase this portion of the people who has lived abroad, studied abroad, and they have seen the alternative to that what we have today. This would be my suggestion. And then business will be automatically open and openly and discuss everything. Yeah.
Great. Big Zod, do you have any ideas, Sam? Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. Yeah, I believe the communication is very, very important, especially when we are developing so quickly. And we are especially happy to see the President and his team and his administration are taking this seriously. As we've seen in the last 2 years, there's been active communication between the government and the business leaders, and especially happy to see the new committee set up within the President's administration team, where there will be communication held between businesses and government. Because we, as businesses, we have the solutions already. We are more than willing to help the government achieve the targets which they want to achieve. We deal with this every day. We see what the problems are. So therefore, I think the communication will be very, very important, especially moving forward when we want to not only develop internal investment, but also external investment, as my colleagues have mentioned here. And also on the foreign direct investment side, it will be, I speak to many businessmen who want to enter Uzbek market, and most of their barriers are there's no single unit or there's no single place where they get information. They need to physically be here and chase the information themselves amongst different government bodies. So it would be great to use Singapore as example here. Singapore has established the Economic Development Board in 1961, where the sole aim was to attract more investment by keeping all the information needed for the investors in one place, where they don't need to go through the hassle of going to one place, going to another place. So therefore, I think Uzbekistan could also adapt this policy of opening one single agency where most of the investors can come and get the information they need. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. From practical point of view anyway, so we would like to prepare some kind of takeaways from our discussion for relevant ministry, meaning Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Finance, and Ministry of Economic Development. And so maybe finally anyway, so I would like to summarize some ideas from our current discussion to have some kind of more common understanding. First of all, as we discussed, business environment is comprehensive, because it's very often we're looking on particular stuff. Ministry of Justice is looking for rule of law. Minister of Finance is looking for availability of finance. It's very difficult, but business environment is comprehensive. A comprehensive view is very crucial, and you mentioned it. Second, business environment should be competitive, inclusive, and future-proof. I mean, what does competitive? It's not only trying to close your gap with world average, but it's very crucial to look on business environment from opportunity point of view and to find your spike. Which aspect of business environment would you competitive advantages? Not only problem, but what would be the competitive advantages for Uzbekistan or its young population, etc., etc.
One point here.
Yeah.
Level playing field among private and public sector. Yeah.
Yeah. Second, it's inclusive. So, I mean, it should be inclusive for a little less, I would say, healthy, attractive segments like entrepreneurship or social entrepreneurship, etc., etc. And last but not least, it should be a little bit future-proof. I mean, business environment can also help to build new markets, new industries, and job of the future, not only looking back, but a little bit looking forward. And final, it's a crucial, it should be strategically managed. So I mean, from the discussion and from our experience, so the next way of business environment improvement is also related how Uzbekistan government can be better focused, better efficient, providing such is also very popular term, whole of government agenda where ministries and agencies are working together for common goals. It's a huge challenge not only for developing country, but also very developed country. But anyway, probably Uzbekistan is ready for this new whole of government approach. So I would like to thank the exceptional panel. It's really exceptional panel. It's a very timely topic. And thank you very much, the audience. In situation such difficult competition with lunch. Thank you very much. I saw there are some questions, but probably it's better maybe to ask directly our panel. It will be opportunity after the session. Thank you very much.
xonimlar va janoblar, barchangizni ikkinchi O'zbekiston iqtisodiy forumida xayrli kech, hurmatli xonimlar va janoblar, barchangizni ikkinchi O'zbekiston iqtisodiy forumining yopilish marosimida ko'rib turganimizdan bag'oyatda xursandmiz. Forumimizning yopilish marosimi bir necha daqiqalardan so'ng boshlanadi. Barchangizni o'z joyingizni egallab olishingizni so'raymiz. Yana bir bora xush kelibsizlar.
Добрый вечер, дорогие гости. Скоро наша церемония закрытия начнется. Просим вас занять свои места. Еще раз добро пожаловать на наш второй международный экономический форум. Спасибо за внимание.
How's everybody doing? It's good to see. Welcome back. Ready for a couple more days? Just 2 more days. Okay, all right. No, obviously we're wrapping things up here, and before we have the closing plenary, I would like to introduce Umid Abid Hajayev. Many of you already know Umid, but he is the director of IFMR. He's going to give us some brief takeaways about what we've learned over these last 2 days. Umid, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Assalamu alaikum. First, I would like to start with the information that our team, yesterday and today, they were approaching you and asking to fill in the survey. And we have a preliminary result of this survey. I would like to have the first slide with the results, if possible. So the question number 1 was how international guests see current economic situation in Uzbekistan. So there were lots of words. The side of the words matched the frequency of the answers which was used. So the biggest one is a growing, open, opportunities, challenging, potential, and stable. Okay, I personally would like to thank the person who said booming. Okay. Question number 2. How international guests see main sources of further development of Uzbekistan. So main words were not IT or finance or technology, it was human capital, followed with the innovation, transparency, institutions, FDI, and cooperation. Question number 3, how participants describe main achievements of the forum. The main words were networking, trust, open dialogue, agreement, contacts, and plans. Another set of interesting reactions to these questions were confidence building, creating momentum, clearance of vision, and bringing neighbors together, which once again reinforces this notion that this forum turned into a regional event. At this point, I would like to draw your attention to preliminary highlights, very short and briefly. Our team were taking notes and we considered this list, but I don't think it's all encompassing, so we will be looking for some other inputs from your part as well. So first one, international partners positively evaluated the fact that Uzbekistan emerged from COVID-19 pandemic in a stable state as a result of economic policy in the right direction and targeted social measures. According to World Bank estimates, Uzbekistan's market shows its resilience at the regional level, and Uzbekistan will have one of the highest growth dynamics among 23 countries of the Europe and Central Asian region. At the same time, it's important to continue with the privatization of state-owned enterprises, as well as reforms in education and healthcare, where IT should play a significant role. In this environment, Uzbekistan needs to continue reforms, diversify economy and trade, and strengthen its connection with world economic centers. As ensuring food security will become an urgent issue in the coming years, it's very important to strengthen regional relations and improve trade connections. The fuel of economic growth should be changed from public to private sector. Uzbekistan has a success story in the power sector. We're talking about PPPs, but it is yet to be demonstrated in the banking sector. PPP is a long-term learning process, so investing into measurement and accountability, especially when it comes to utilities and infrastructure, is crucial. This is a key to success in PPP projects. In terms of the FDI and PPP, I already mentioned this. Uzbekistan should pay attention on inclusiveness while developing the financial market. Inclusive financial market involves not only bond and stock market, but also derivatives market and other financial instruments. Improving financial literacy of residents is highly important to involve new domestic market participants in the stock market. The sustainable development has to be at the heart of the reforms, driving development agenda. The SDG financing strategy that's now being developed by the government can ensure that financing gaps are closed and adequate public and private financing is channeled to achieve national goals. Empowerment of women is not a charity project, it's a necessary foundation of economic growth. There are some challenges in women entrepreneurship. Availability of good and affordable childcare services allows women to re-enter labor market. Synchronizing education with current and future needs of local, regional, and global markets experiencing demographic issues will be important, and systemic feedback from our partners can be of great value. Actually, there is a long list of the takeaways and highlights, but I think we can move to our distinguished panel so they can elaborate on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Umid. Well, what an action-packed 2 days we've had here in Samarkand. It's been, I think, a real masterclass, as we just had encapsulated there, in how far the new Uzbekistan has come since it began implementing these very ambitious reforms in 2017. We've heard from investment managers, infrastructure experts, officials from international financial organizations, artists, specialists in the green economy and equal rights, academics, and many, many more. At this closing plenary session, we want to pull all the threads together and look at the full picture of where Uzbekistan's ambitious reforms have taken the country, and more importantly, where we're going to go over the next 5 years. And since we're all going to meet in 1 year's time, where we'll be then. It gives us some nice metrics and benchmarks. So without any further ado, please allow me to introduce back on stage our speakers today, beginning with Deputy Prime Minister Jamshid Kuchkarov. Deputy Prime Minister, please. Irina Bokova, former Director General at UNESCO. Hela Sheikh-Ruhu, IFC Regional Vice President. And Nazim Nurdali, COO at the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation. Please. Thank you very much. Deputy Prime Minister, since the Uzbekistan Economic Forum is now becoming an annual tradition, it allows us, as I was suggesting there, to use it to benchmark progress. And so what I'd like to ask you, because it will be very measurable, because we'll see one another in a year's time, is what do you think can be achieved by UEF 2023? By next year. And if you turn that microphone on there and pull as close to you as possible. Yes, even closer.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Ryan, thank you very much. Your question is quite
provocative.
Yeah, yeah. Let me first of all to thank each participator of this forum. We very much appreciate that so many people abroad, our friends, partners, came to this forum in order to share with us their ideas, their view for this ideas how to continue development of Uzbekistan. During almost 2 days, around 1,200 people are participating in this forum. We very much appreciate that. This is if there were some organizational technical problems, I would like to say sorry for all of this. And for us, it was. And also, I would like to thank participator to be very active during all session. I would say that each session were very, very strong with good discussions. And also, I would like to notice that during the forum, 62 different agreements were reached, totaling $3.8 billion. You said what we will get until next forum. First of all, I hope all we will see that we are continuing reforms in Uzbekistan. we will have hopefully good economic growth. We'll do certain reforms and some significant asset hopefully will be privatized. So many things will be done. Ryan, this it looks like promise. In order to keep my words, I usually don't give promise. Sorry.
I think I can say on behalf of everyone here that you don't need to apologize for any problems at this forum. And if you think about it, over the 2 days, we can forget that an international economic forum like this in Samarkand just 6 years ago would have been unimaginable. And to build this forum in just a year's time, I think, is extraordinary. So hats off and a round of ovation too.
Thank you.
I've come to learn that this government is not only very ambitious, but also extremely hardworking. So this could not have happened without that. Irina, if I could turn to you. The organization you're currently on the board of is examining progress when it comes to the reforms here in Uzbekistan, and in terms of the ratings. So how is Uzbekistan doing?
Thank you very much, Ryan. Thank you for this question. And I can testify I was here, Mr. Kuchkaro, 7 years ago, and I could say indeed that it was not possible to have this very impressive gathering here. Let me just say that as a member of the board of White Shield, working on the ratings and improving the ratings of Uzbekistan, that I think it's such an important, in my view, work with the different ministries, with the government of Uzbekistan, because this is the way to look where Uzbekistan stays today and how to chart the future of the reform of Uzbekistan. And this is not a technical work. And I can say, because in my previous capacity, if I can put my other hat as a former Director General of UNESCO, we participated with UNDP, with all the UN system in the Human Development Index, where issues of quality of education, of health, of gender equality were there. And I'm very kind of encouraged that many of these issues have been debated here during this forum. Or look at the Innovation Index. This is indeed about the future. It's about creativity. Once again, it's giving the possibility of young people, because it's a young country, and the youth dividend is very much what Uzbekistan needs nowadays. So all this work that is being done, I think, coincides exactly with the strategy of the new Uzbekistan, 2026, and I hope it will help also identify these policy gaps, but also help implement some of these important policies that are needed nowadays.
Speaking of gender equality and the reforms, obviously the government of Uzbekistan making all the right noises and making a huge amount of progress, and yet, this is in the spirit of constructive, not criticism, but feedback, there are still many more men here, when you look around, than women. Is that something that has struck you as well?
I think you know the answer. It did also, but I think the cognizance about it is there, the fact that there were important discussions here, and it was mentioned just a while ago. It was a very important debate that I attended yesterday, led by the UNDP here, and I would like to congratulate the director here. I believe it's important. It's important first and foremost for Uzbekistan. The entering of the women force in the economy, women more in science, in innovation, in education. It's not a zero-sum game. I think it works for the Uzbekistan, for the inclusiveness of the society, and the work that White Shield is doing nowadays will exactly on the human index, on the innovation index, will help identify some of these gaps and possibly formulate recommendations.
Thank you very much. Nazim, when you think about the path forward, the development plans over the next several years, with your hat on in terms of Islamic finance, how do you see Islamic finance contributing to the reforms and the development plan?
So thank you very much, Ryan. So first of all, I would say that when I look at the Uzbek economy of today, coming from what I was here in 2018, I must commend the authorities here for the transformation of this economy. Quite very impressed by the changes happening in reform, moving into a market-based economy whereby you have a full SME development going on process. And you can see also the idea that the banking sector also moving, upscaling into their quality of their operation as well as their coverage. So I would say, in general, when I look at the national development strategy in place, or 2022-2026, I would put it in two words. I would call it emerging Uzbekistan. All right, that's the key word I would say, because from the feedback we see from different panels, what we see, what we notice, the trend is positiveness, despite all the challenges globally being faced by many countries, including Uzbekistan. So the positiveness is in belief in the people here, believe in their ability, believe into the strong willingness of the government to move forward toward reaching the key 7 priority sectors put in place by the government for the 5 years. So when I look at that, then I'll come down to what role can play by Islamic finance. So first, let's look at how deep is Islamic finance in Uzbekistan. It's not there yet. Okay, it's starting, it's growing, but when there's legislation put in place to accommodate and allow Islamic finance to grow, but however, more effort is requested to allow Islamic finance to play its role in the corporate sector, in the SME sector, and in the retail market sector. So what is needed is legislation to be, what you call it, fast track, to allow that, the growing of the Islamic finance, to create a further access of the economy to finance, alternative options, allowing also the growth of the Islamic debt capital market, we call it sukuk, which is very important in order to tap resources from the global Islamic market coming to Uzbekistan that will help to fund the development, socioeconomic development of the country for the next 5 years. So saying that, if Uzbekistan put up the right legislation in place quickly, we can see the country, because of the high demand of Islamic finance in the country, because the majority Muslim population, so you can, and from our working we see a huge demand for it. So Uzbekistan could become, in the near future, a regional hub for the Islamic debt capital market, serving the whole region, not Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan would be the flagship, with the flag moving forward, but all the countries can tap from Uzbekistan for their funding for their economic development in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hella, I was reading your biography, and in your job description it says, quote, Ms. Ruhu fosters strong relationships with government officials, clients, other development finance institutions, co-financiers, donors, and counterparts across the World Bank Group to identify opportunities for collaboration and broader impact. So let's put that in the context of Uzbekistan and talk about those opportunities for collaboration and broader impact. Can you tell us about what areas are getting your attention and the attention of those co-financiers and counterparts, particularly in the private sector?
Thank you, Ryan. And let me start by congratulating Deputy Prime Minister Jamshed Kushkarov on another extremely successful event. The Uzbek hospitality and the pleasure of working with the counterparts in Uzbekistan is the driving theme of why, despite a world of uncertainty and crisis, everybody here is upbeat about engaging and scaling up. And in terms of scaling up, I was meeting with the Minister of Finance, Timur Ishmetov, and he said, I believe with IFC there isn't a single area of a sector we are not actively engaged. So I was very pleased to hear that. 15 years up to 2016, the cumulative of what we did was 150 million. Last 5 years alone, between what we put and we mobilized is 600, and current pipeline of advanced project is close to 500. So that shows, and these are why I cite this, because it shows you that between the actions of the government, the actions of us and other DFIs that we mobilize or co-finance with, and private investors, that we accompany the clients that are local, like Erzinca or TBC, or international that are coming to Uzbekistan, like TBC and Masdar. IFC has worked with all the counterparts with its full suite of interventions. When it comes to preparing the possibility of bankable investment for private sector through the PPP, the first solar independent power producer, the first wind, that was in Navoy, I visited in March. And then once you do it right the first time, you replicate. Now you have solar 2, solar 3, solar 4, and that's what we're discussing about. When you first do the first asset, whether it's a PPP or a privatization, it takes you a long time. It can be discouraging. But then you have the blueprint, and you can do the second, the third, the fourth much faster. So what is very important in this multi-stakeholder world, and it was good to have so many stakeholders in this forum, which I understand not only has the international partners, the international private sector, but this time has also local private sector and non-governmental organizations, CSO. That when you engage with all these stakeholders to increase the job opportunities in the private sector, the value-add opportunities in the private sector, it makes a lot of difference when you have partners that are committed to change. You have to find a champion of reform. So that's why it's a pleasure to engage in Uzbekistan.
Thank you very much. So who here thinks that the Deputy Prime Minister hasn't answered enough questions since this forum began? I think we should have, if we have one question from the audience, if someone would like to ask a question, raise your hand and we will get a microphone to you. And while that person is being found, I have a question for you. So let's imagine I'm a potential investor. I've come to the Uzbekistan Economic Forum, second year, enjoyed everything, particularly like the Palov. Thought that was amazing. I'm still on the fence. I'm still not convinced that I should invest. Let's imagine, on day 2. So what would you say to that investor about what's going to happen in this country over the next 5 years to convince them that now is the time to invest in Uzbekistan? What's the sales pitch for what is going to take place in this country over the next 5 years? I always ask fun questions, don't I? I think this is my last UEF. I only made it 2 years.
Please remember, this is not promise, okay? First of all...
bring the microphone a little bit closer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Maybe, first of all, Uzbekistan hopefully would be most greener. At this time, we would replace all the power plants. Second, there will be only one state-owned banks, maybe also with some shares in listing or whatever. Next, you know, Ryan, you know, next time we will not invite you to.
So when I asked you, so basically when I asked you,
ask me easy question.
I
When I was born, what university I graduated?
Well, you remember I asked you, my first question was, what can you guarantee is going to happen by next year? And we got it. I'm not going to be here. There'll be other reforms, though.
You know, many things in Uzbekistan development strategy. In this strategy, basically all direction, and in each direction, certain target. You know, for example, we're economists, so first of all, GDP, $100 billion GDP. Yes, good. Would hope it would be. And poor people will be less by 2 times. Per capita will be 2,800. You know, here all people understood what does that mean. This is not just 100 because of beautiful number, no, or 2,800 per capita. You know, this year, hopefully we will have more than $2,000 per capita. You know, after so many years of working, and our people, you know, work hard. Everybody knows. Each person in this country works very hard. And, you know, 2,800 per capita means good improvement. After that, $4,000, very good. So, you know, we will move on this direction, which is in strategy. And this strategy also was formulated taking into account a lot of recommendations, analytical papers of organization and people who are sitting here. World Bank, IFC, ADB, all others. So this strategy is our joint strategy, I would say so. So we will move on this direction. Thank you.
Irina, it's so amazing to have the Uzbekistan Economic Forum this year in Samarkand, you know, a city with such a rich history and now building a brighter future. Do you worry that with such a process of modernization as we have in Uzbekistan taking place, that poses a risk to the traditions and culture and history of this, the heritage of this country?
Thank you very much, Ryan, for this question, because I think it's critically important. We tend to forget that this forum is in an incredible place, in a country that has extraordinary heritage, centuries of masterpieces of Islamic culture. It's here in Samarkand, it's in Bukhara, it's in other places, and it gives an enormous opportunity to develop around them creativity, knowledge, to give people reassurance. I know how much Uzbeks are proud of their heritage. It motivates them around the goals of the government, the new Uzbekistan. And I think always we have to take care about protecting this heritage, preserving it. If we develop around it tourism, it should be sustainable tourism. And there are plenty of good examples about it. Creative economy develop, it's very important also. But what strikes me indeed, and I would like to congratulate the government, because we see a lot of very strong leadership, and leadership matters when it comes to economic reform and development. It is the reconciling modernity and history and heritage. And this is what I believe New Uzbekistan is. To develop innovation, to invest in young people, to bring all these new, I would say, modernity in culture, in education, innovation, but also protect the heritage. And I think this is the future, and this is what is remarkable about the New Uzbekistan. Ancient, but also modern.
Thank you. Nazim, what surprised you most since you arrived? What surprised you most at this forum over the last couple of days?
Well, a lot of things. I just can go on to a few points here. Is when I come here in Samarkand, so I realize what is the importance of trade in that region. Samarkand is on the crossroad of trade, or the Silk Road, the ancient Silk Road. So now you are back to Samarkand as a trade route, trade network to all over the world. So one thing I just, for having a forum like that here in Samarkand has a huge ramification for the future. So don't forget, prosperity, economic prosperity comes from doing trade. That's how people grow, how people prosper, how the neighbors prosper with you. So I can see a lot of potential, right? And I'm very much impressed on the last 2 days I'm here on the quality of the infrastructure put in place, reading what I've seen going on here and other cities, the type of industry put in place, the type of enablers put in place in order to encourage, enhance trade, and building up a human capital in this country that goes a long way toward achieving the socioeconomic growth of enhancing GDP, increasing GDP per capita, improving the livelihood of the people, and therefore give the country a very good, I would say, position in the regional Central Asia. Having said that, I surprised with the optimism when I talk to people, how they would love the country to become a much more developed in terms of the infrastructure in place. They look forward. It's already seen things happening. And I have a lot of myself optimism for doing business in Uzbekistan. For example, we started here in 2018 working to provide SME finance. We started with $5 million, 2018. Yesterday, we signed $45 million of line of finance with 4 banks. So, and for this year, our portfolio in Uzbekistan, IRTFC itself, exceeded $150 million just for 2022. We expect to double that in next year. And not only us, but the whole group, IDB Islamic Development Group, has a lot of projects going on in Uzbekistan that are just a reflection of our belief in this economy in our member countries. And the main one to us in the region is Uzbekistan. So again, I just want to reiterate the word I said earlier. I look at Uzbekistan, I call it emerging Uzbekistan. That's how I look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Hella, so I wish in the opening plenary we had spent a little bit more time 2 days ago, day before yesterday. Feels like it was a while ago now. Talking a little bit about climate change and Uzbekistan's commitment to a greener future. I mean, Central Asia suffers disproportionately because of global warming, and this country is very committed to the energy transition and a greener future. From your view, are they moving on the right track?
Thank you, Ryan. And the short answer is yes, a lot more to do. Sort of in line with the Deputy Prime Minister gave us in 5 years objective of decommissioning very inefficient and moving so much faster on renewable. It's a lot of work. But also, I think greener future in Uzbekistan is a much greater resource efficiency. When it comes to the way we produce, we transport, and we use, whether it's different sources of energy, including electricity, but also water as another important resource in a greener future. So I think there is a lot of resource efficiency that can be achieved. And from that perspective, you can think of green growth or a greener future as not only large-scale infrastructure investments, but also greening the financial sector itself. So that in the various manufacturing, agribusiness, services, investments that are funded through the banking sector, you adopt a green banking approach where we are mindful of the intensity in energy that we are using and the efficiency in other natural resources we are using, like water. And as you mentioned, Central Asia is suffering disproportionately, so efficiency in using our natural resources is very important. I think, so as an example, what we are doing with Uzpromstroy Bank to introduce them for the last few years into how to introduce green banking in the way they provide loans. I think the pace at which this type, and I take good note that only one bank will remain in state ownership within 5 years, Deputy Prime Minister. So we are, as you said, I think you gave us a sort of very good future to work towards. And I think the world is moving very slowly on greening. And I think the Economist yesterday was showing that let's forget about 1.5 degree global warming. Let's be a bit realistic. It's not going to be achieved. So I'm naturally an optimist. I built the Green Climate Fund, which is the United Nations' largest climate finance mechanism, and that required a lot of optimism within the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. I think we can move faster, and it can be driven by innovation and empowering this human capital of Uzbekistan, which is one of its richest assets.
Thank you very much. Well, Deputy Prime Minister, I'm sure that we could sit here for a lot longer, but I would like to give you the final word, the last word here, because I know that a lot of people are going to have some pretty exciting evenings, and we can let them get started on that. But your last thoughts here, your last word to you.
Thank you, Ryan. Again, I would like to thank everybody who attended this forum. It's, for us, this very important to share with our partners, with ideas, to have their recommendations or concerns. We have here a very good discussion with open questions, open criticism, where, for example, we are wrong, somewhere we are slowly or whatever. We are open. We very much value that our partners, friends, always frank with us. We very much value that. And as you all know, for last, 5 years, despite pandemic, all of these problems, economic growth in Uzbekistan were more than 5%, little bit more than, let's say 5%. So 1 year in 2020, it was 1.6 or 1.7%. So, we got very good results under leadership of His Excellency President Shavkat Mirziyoyev, and we will continue that. But I would like to say that in all of these results, significant effort of all of our partners, IFIs, IFC, HALA, World Bank, ADB, IMF, everybody. So we very much appreciate that. During last 5 years, many things changed. Yesterday, one person named our president as a person who changed Uzbekistan. And he gave me one example, in 2019, when we just issued the Eurobond, some people were questioning why we need that. After 6 months, this process went, and banks, companies went to the market. So, this kind of operations were quite unusual for previous time. So many things changed, and we, with the hope every year, every month, is the policy of our leader is that to improve something, to change something. And back to this forum, Ryan, everybody did a great job. It would, again, I have to name many people, Vice President Chen or Hala, a lot of people who did a very good job in this forum. And yesterday, Ryan, you said this forum is the biggest event in this region, and with hope it will still a regular place to discuss, to talk to each other, and with hope next time we will see all of you in good health, good shape, and I would like, as a, I would like to come back what Umid showed most used words are, very interesting. I was really surprised with that, looking to this paper before this closing ceremony. And, when you see that word, it, how would say in English, it makes you happy, Each word is good word. Each word smells by optimism. Each word call you to do something, to move, not to be sleepy, do something, improve something. So I will, I will take this two files, and in big format, I will hang it in my office. So all of these words, I didn't tell 90% of them. This word comes out from this audience. We all formulated this very important, very warm words, lovely words, And I wish you that you will also keep in your mind some of them, and you will be also, feel warmer. You will be motivated to do more for Uzbekistan, to provide more financing, more assistance to Uzbekistan. And finally, I again thank you, everybody. And if you allow me, I would like to thank all organizers. Behind us, a lot of people who are doing everything. We are only speaking, but they do all of this job. And if you don't mind, I would like to thank everybody who were behind of the curtain. Thank you.
Deputy Prime Minister Irina Nazim Hella, thank you so much. I think that following up on what the Deputy Prime Minister said just there, we've all been sitting for a really long time for the last 2 days. Let's stand up and give the organizers, the Deputy Prime Minister, and everyone else, yourselves, a big round of applause. So I have another Uzbek phrase for you, which I'm just learning. Hayır salamat buling. See you next year at Uzbekistan Economic Forum 2023.